Hey y'all, how are you? I hope and pray that all is well your way. I see we got some people already in the room. We're going to be doing part two. The last time, believe it or not, I didn't even get started on the steps. I had so many notes that I didn't want to do y'all like that because we were already 2 hours in. And I was thinking to myself, girl, if you read all these notes, you're going to go another hour, hour and a half, all of that stuff. So I said, nah, we're going to wait to the part two because I don't want to hear the complainers in the comment section. Then at the same time, I don't want to discourage anybody from watching the video, even though I've said it once and I'll say it again. You can easily chop up a video into segments. All right. For those of you who don't know that, you can chop up a video into segments, meaning you can watch 15 minutes or 30 minutes or however much your capacity is on any given day and then come back and watch a part two. That is to say, let's not make the teacher irrelevant in the fivefold ministry, right? Let's not make the teacher irrelevant in the fivefold ministry. Now, forgive us the hair. It is time for it to get done again. And so we bless God for beauticians. I got my appointment set. And so with that being said, I want to come out tonight and go ahead and get this message out to you guys because I was thinking about it. I was like, tomorrow I teach my class. Come Thursday, I have other plans. Friday, I got plans. Saturday, I got plans. And Sunday is going to be my only other day that I don't have plans. And so with that being said, I said, let me come out. This is going to be my only opportunity to come out and to teach the rest of this lesson. Again, we're going to be dealing with unforgiveness on today. I want you to understand whether or not you are struggling with unforgiveness and how to get free from it. Because realistically speaking, there are a lot of people who go before God, and in all our honesty, that's the thing that they have to hear him utter is you never forgave your mother, you never forgave your father. And I'm on TikTok, and I always mention TikTok because there's so many short videos, so you can watch so many videos, within a minute's time or within a few minutes time. And just scrolling TikTok, I see all of the bitterness, the unforgiveness. I see so much, and I'm just thinking to myself, this generation, my generation, I'm Gen X. But Gen Z, millennials, you guys got to get it. Gen X got to get it, right? Baby boomers got to get it. Every generation needs to come to understand forgiveness. That's one of the things when my mother was on hospice that, she was at my house when she was on hospice. And one of the things that I went out of my way to do was to make sure that she forgave my father. Because I knew that, I used to tell her when she was alive, I was like, Mom, you haven't forgiven him. And she would be like, I have forgiven your father. Because she was nice to him, she was kind to him. But I noticed that anytime something bad went wrong in his life, she would say stuff like, "Oh, that's because of what he did to me." And I was like, "Yeah, Mom, you haven't forgiven him." "Oh, no, I've forgiven him." And I'm like, if you think that every time something falls apart in his life is because of what he did to you, then you probably haven't forgiven him or what have you. But I was determined, that my mother would get into heaven. So that's one of the things that I went out of my way to do was to talk to her about forgiveness and to have her going through renunciations from unforgiveness, all that. I was praying over my mother every single day because I was like, Satan, you can't have this one right here. This here be my mama, okay? And you can't have her. And I pray that you guys would do the same. I know that there's so many of you out there who are upset with your mothers, upset with your fathers, upset with your family because of the things that they have done to you. But pray and ask God to give you his heart for them. And because the goal is not to watch them go to hell because of what they did to you. That, my friend, is unforgiveness. The goal is to be a light to them, to demonstrate the love and the heart of God to them, and at the same time to help win their souls for Christ Jesus. Now, I'm going to say this. I said it on the last one. I'm going to say it again. That does not mean that you got to open your house up and let them in. It does not mean that you got to have a best friend up close and personal relationship with them. It does mean that you need to pray and ask the Lord, how do you navigate your relationships with every person, not just family, every person in your life. Ask God, how do you navigate every relationship? So one of the things I will tell you too, since you're in here, since we're in the room, you go ahead and pray and ask God to help you to receive the revelation that I'm about to put out. Anything that he doesn't want you to receive, to cast it out in Jesus' name, to cast it down, because I want you to get wisdom. I want you to get knowledge. I want you to get understanding. And I want you to make a practice of talking to him. That's what you call relationship. I want you to make a practice of talking to him. Make a practice of, consulting with him with everything that you do. All right, make it a practice. So we're going to talk about 30 signs that you are still in unforgiveness. And I know that We had part one of this, and you probably thought I did some of the signs. No, I was teaching and I had to stop. When we got up to the 30 signs, I had to stop because I looked at it and I'm like, we were already 2 hours in, not 2 minutes. We were already 2 hours in, and I didn't want to continue to keep going, especially given the fact that it was late at night. Nevertheless, we are about to get started. I'm going to start with the signs that you are still wrestling with unforgiveness. But before we go any further, do me a favor. Be sure to like, be sure to share. And if you have not subscribed to this channel, hit that follow button. All right. This is going to be good. I believe that God is going to speak to you. I believe that you're going to get revelation. I believe that many of you are going to get the answers to your prayers. I want to say this before I get into the notes. I always tell people it's a beautiful thing getting to know God, right? And we can never really say, I know him. No, realistically speaking, the knowledge of God is infinite. Like there is no way you can get to know him in his totality. Like your brain, even your spirit cannot cannot, I don't want to say fit, but cannot contain the entirety or the totality of his being. Right. So this is to say we are ever learning about God. Even when we leave this earth, when we're in heaven, we won't have figured him all the way out. We'll be forever learning about God. All right. We'll be forever learning about God. The enemy wants you in unforgiveness because the enemy wants your soul. The enemy wants to have a legal right to you, and he wants to rob you. The Bible tells us that he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. So his objective is to steal whatever it is, your peace, your relationships, your finances. He wants to steal anything that you have not nailed down, anything that's not anchored in Christ. He wants to steal it. Anything that is anchored in Christ, he wants you to take that anchor off, and he wants you to bring it to the surface so that he can access it. He wants to kill you. He wants to kill every person in your life that has the audacity to love you, and he wants to destroy. Destroy means to get rid of it in totality. So let's thank you. God bless you, beautiful. To get rid of it in totality. All right. To get rid of it in totality. I don't know if any of my moderators are on here, but I will send this. This is my Zelle information for the young lady that asked. Okay, let's go ahead. That's my email for Zelle. Let's go ahead and get started on now, or right now. And we're going to start with signs that you're in unforgiveness. And number one, you are still angry at and gossiping about someone that hurt or disappoint you. You are still angry at or gossiping about someone who hurt or disappoint you. So I want you to think of it along these lines. If I'm in a bank, then I'm going to see counters, the little ropes. I'm going to see bank tellers. I'm going to see people standing in line. I'm going to see money. I'm going to see checks, right? Wherever you are, that's what you speak about. All right. That's what you see. Wherever you are, that's what is going to constantly engage the conscious mind. And so if you're still living in the past, if you're still holding on to something somebody did to you, then it's going to be like, even though physically you're in the present, mentally, emotionally, you're going to still be stuck in the past. And so from that, you're constantly reliving the event, which keeps you in anger. I don't know if you heard about the 5 stages of grief. I always tell people, hey, listen, whenever you go through a traumatic event, it is always good to look at where you are, to look at the 5 stages of grief, and to look at that chart and say, let me identify where I am on this particular chart. When I was going through a divorce, that's what I did. I was like, okay, I need to be intentional about this because I had a goal in mind. I think that's important. Ms. Netta, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. That's important. I had a goal in mind. And by goal in mind, my goal was I wanted to forgive. That was my goal. I wanted to be in the will of God. I wanted God to be pleased with me. And I wanted to heal. I wanted to forgive. I wanted to move on. I wanted to embrace the beauty of this life that God gave me without being stuck in the ugliness that I chose for myself. I didn't want, like I told you guys this before, one of the things that motivated me was having had bitter people around me. And I'm talking about even as a kid. I'm talking about even some of the friends I had. I remember having conversations with them like, girl, you need to leave that guy alone. You need to heal. It ain't that deep. Don't be sitting up over here thinking about him constantly, rehashing what he did to you. That man had moved on with his life. That man that did this. And I had friends that would sit back. And I remember I had one friend that she would not let go of what her ex had done to her. I mean, this guy had moved on and started another family. She just wouldn't let go of it. And I remember she was in her 20s having health issues, the same type of health issues that older people have. She was having those type of health issues. And so, number one, you are still angry at and gossiping about someone that hurt or disappointed you. You may find yourself still looking at that like, girl, did you hear him and that girl broke up? How'd you know that? Well, I was talking to his niece the other day. I ran into his niece at the supermarket, and she was telling me that him and that girl broke up. You know, that girl he cheated on me for, they broke up. Why is that your business? I need the people of God to understand that some people they're just not your business no more. Okay. Whenever you get out of somebody's life and whenever that person comes out of your life, that person is none of your business. Now I know somebody gonna say, well, what if you got a kid with them? It's still none of your business. The only thing you want to do is make sure that your kid is good. There are certain things that you need to know to ensure the health of your kid. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be overly fascinated or obsessed with somebody else's life. All right. Number two, you don't trust or like people who remind you of the people who hurt or disappointed you. You don't trust or like people who remind you of the people who hurt or disappointed you. Yeah, I know many of you have done this. I've seen people do this plenty of times where they'll be sitting up and they'll look at somebody and they'll be just like, I don't like her. And you're like, why? Why? You don't even know her. I don't know. It's just something about her. And if you keep talking to them time and time again, they'll say, she don't look like, and let's just make up a name, she don't look like Maybelline to you. Not really. I mean, I can see. I mean, they got the same skin complexion and maybe the same shape face, but no, she don't look like Maybelline. She kind of look like Maybelline. That's false discernment, and that comes from unforgiveness. I'm going to say that again. That's false discernment, and it comes from unforgiveness. That's when that person, because of the hurt in their past and an attempt to protect themselves, they start engaging in false discernment. Whereas if you look like somebody that hurt them, if you sound like somebody that hurt them, if you smell like somebody that hurt them, if you remind them even in the slightest bit of somebody that hurt them, then they automatically extend that unforgiveness to you. They automatically extend that unforgiveness to you. I can sit here and tell you for myself personally, for example, I have had cases with people that I've met and they'll look at me and they be like, you remind me of somebody. And I'm like, who? And they'll call somebody's name out. Let's just say Nancy. They'll be like, her name Nancy Paradoxal. And I'm like, they were like, you know her? I'm like, no, y'all could be sisters. And I'm like, oh, okay. So how do you know Nancy? There's a reason I'm asking that question. How do you know Nancy? I'm asking that question because in that moment, I know that, you know, how this person sees me or how that person sees Nancy is probably how they're seeing me. How that person sees Nancy. So, and it depends on their posture, their body language. I want to tell you this, body language speaks a lot louder than the mouth, right? Body language speaks a lot louder than the lips. And so I'm going to check and I see if I see that kind of look up in that or that, what have you. I know 9 times out of 10, Nancy did some dirt to them. And I know to be careful with that person because that person is handing me the unforgiveness, right? They're giving me the unforgiveness that they have for Nancy. They're trying to put it in my hands. They're trying to put it on me. And then they're going to try to turn me into their way of relieving themselves. All right. So number 2, you don't trust or like people who remind you of the people who hurt or disappointed you. Do me a favor. Be sure to like and be sure to share. All right. Number 3, you're waiting for an apology to move on. You are waiting for an apology to move on. Many of you doing this with your parents. You're waiting on your parent to sit back and acknowledge that, hey, I was wrong. I abused you. I mismanaged you. I neglected you. I rejected you. I abandoned you. I did a lot of evil to you, and I'm sorry. And you're waiting on that parent to do that, and you're withholding your forgiveness for them, and you're just kind of sitting back and you're telling them what they did wrong. Maybe you will show up, or maybe you have cut them off altogether, but you're waiting on them to say that you're sorry, they're sorry. That's unforgiveness. Unforgiveness means to give a debt to a person. And in this, you're saying that the debt can be squared away with an apology. No, you got to remove the debt. Just like Christ removed your debt, you have to remove the debt that you have associated with that parent, with that friend, with that ex. You have to remove the debt. That's the nature of forgiveness. You have to remove the debt that you have attributed, that you have assigned to that person. What ends up happening, and I've seen this, me in the 40 plus crowd, right? One thing I've seen happen consistently, because when you get to my age, this is when you start, you lose parents, right? I lost my mother in 2018. You start losing parents, and it's just a lot of loss, right? So many people that have gone on to be with the Lord, and so many people that that's like in my age group, their parents have gone on to be with the Lord or to be with their lowercase Lord. And one of the things that I've seen consistently when it comes down to it is that people who don't forgive their parents, they typically take their parents' death very hard. They develop another level of bitterness, and they become the very monster that they accuse their parents of being. I'm going to say that again. People who don't forgive their parents, a lot of times they take their parents' death really hard. Like most people come, we're going to all take our parents' death hard, right? We love our parents, but they take it harder than most people, sometimes even trying to toss themselves into the grave. Whenever they start digging the grave, they take the death pretty hard. They enter into another level of bitterness. Like they become really angry with that parent. Why? Because they had hope, and hope deferred makes the heart sick. They had hope that that parent was going to get up one day and finally forgive them, or not forgive them, but finally reach out to them and do whatever they felt they needed to get from that parent, whether that be an apology or the parent go and try to do better. They sat there and waited on that, and it never happened. It never happened. When you're dealing with certain generations, I hate to say it, baby boomer generation, right? You're not going to get an apology. Sorry. One of the things that was strong in that generation, and I'm not going to say you won't, I'm going to say the likelihood of you getting an apology is slim to none. But that generation was incredibly prideful. They were taught, especially the Southern ones, they were taught like, you don't question me. I'm your mama, I'm your daddy, I'm your auntie, I'm your uncle. I'm the older one. You don't question me. At the end of the day, I did the best I could with what I knew. That's all you're going to get. And you got to learn to forgive without the apology. That's the nature of forgiveness, because the minute somebody apologizes and then you forgive them, then you didn't truly forgive them from the heart. You basically, they paid off their debt. You didn't forgive them. They simply paid off their debt. You'll give that debt back to them the minute they disappoint you again. The minute they demonstrate their stronghold, I'll say that again. The minute they demonstrate their stronghold, because this is an issue, right? I want you to understand the concept of an issue. Whenever somebody has an issue of the heart, let's say, for example, somebody that has anger issues, at the end of the day, they're not going to be nice, because that's a stronghold. And they may have a demon of anger as well, but that's a stronghold. They're not going to stop being mean just because you had a nice little conversation about your mental health. They're not going to stop being mean just because you threaten to go no contact with them. They already know in most cases that they're probably hell bound. And if that ain't enough to scare them, your threat to isolate yourself from them, to disconnect them, is not going to do any good. So in that, you have to understand that when it comes to a stronghold, it's not easy for that person to break out of a stronghold. And guess what? In many cases, they don't have the knowledge of how to break out of a stronghold. I'm going to say that again. They don't have the knowledge of how to break out of a stronghold. A lot of people in the older generations, they stored the scriptures in their head and not their hearts. They memorized scriptures, but they didn't store that stuff in their heart. They didn't store the word in their heart. And so you can sit there all day long and you can tell them about, this is what you did to me when I was a kid, and you did this and you did that, and catch this. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. They're going to defend themselves. They're going to defend themselves. Well, you didn't understand back then. I don't even remember doing it. Or I don't remember this. You should have let that go, what have you. But at the end of the day, they're going to defend themselves. Why? Because that's something that runs in their family. Their parents, and there was a silent generation over them. The silent generation was truly silent. Their parents didn't apologize. Their parents did not apologize. Why? And I think, and let me say this to the Black community, because I know a lot of us, our parents damaged us majorly. All right. But let me help you to forgive them, because I see a lot of, just hatred toward the parents in the Black community, talking about, oh, they were narcissists and they were this. Yeah, a lot of them were narcissists, and a lot of them were incredibly narcissistic. But I want to kind of challenge you with this. And I'm not trying to excuse their behavior. I'm just trying to explain it. I want to challenge you with this. Many of them grew up in an era where they had to sit at the back of the bus. They saw people being lynched. They saw a lot of stuff. They didn't have the internet. They didn't have therapists. They couldn't afford therapists. They didn't have the tools that we have right now. You know what's crazy about us in this generation is that we get access to the tools and then we get mad at the folks who didn't have it. When they said they did the best they could with what they knew, they really meant that. Were they jacked up? Yes. Did they do some messed up stuff? Yes. You know how we know they did some messed up stuff? Because we got older and we got access to mental health terms. We got older and yes, we were hurt by it, right? We were hurt by the things that they did. We were hurt by the things that they did not do. But at the end of the day, they did what they saw their parents doing and they didn't think too much about it, which is why half of the time you can tell them something they did and they're probably not going to remember it. And it's not that they just have selective memory, it's just that they didn't see it as that big of a deal. They didn't see it as that big of a deal. For them, it was just like, well, I'm sorry if you get that out of them. So you have to learn to forgive without the apology. You got to learn to forgive without the apology. And one of the things, I'm going to jump back into this, but one of the things I remember asking God to help me to forgive my parents, right? I remember asking God some years ago to help me to forgive because I don't want to walk around in false forgiveness. I don't want to walk around thinking I've forgiven people and when I haven't. I want it. Like I want it. And I remember asking the Lord to help me to forgive and what God did, because I used to think like many of you that forgiveness was a feeling and I was waiting for a feeling to happen. And God gave me a whole other level of understanding by causing me to, or a whole level of understanding as it relates to forgiveness by causing me to experience. So what he did was, instead of giving me a feeling, what he did was he gave me a different view of my parents. All right. He gave me a different view of my parents. So instead of me looking at, oh, this is my mama and you did this to me, you did that, you my dad and you did this and you did that, instead of me looking at them like that, I feel like the best visual I can give you, because this is the visual I have, is that God picked me up and he took me up, right, to a high mountain. And what he did from that high mountain, he helped me to see it from his vantage point. He, instead of me looking up to my parents and saying, you supposed to did this, you supposed to did that, I'm grown, right? Instead of me looking that way, God took me to his vantage point. He took me up, it's like he took me on a high mountain and he let me look down into their lives and not, into their lives in the now. It's like he took me into their childhood. And so I was able to look and see their childhood and see the stuff that they've been through. Again, I'm not excusing the behavior. I'm simply explaining it, right? And he helped me to see that, hey, listen, this is what they went through. This is what they went through. They're not victims. I mean, at the end of the day, they probably got stuck in being victims, but this is what they've been through. They don't have the knowledge, the tools, the skill sets that you have to forgive. They had different things that were important to them back in those days. Okay. The things that are important to us today, they didn't have access to that technology. We get mad because nobody called us back, but they didn't have access to a lot of the technology, some of the things that we came to enjoy. And so with that being said, he changed my heart toward my parents. He changed my heart toward them. Not that I was walking around angry with them, but at the end of the day, like I said, I wanted to deal with any underlying issues. I wanted to deal with anything that may be hiding, because believe it or not, your issues with your mother, your issues with your father, with your siblings, with anybody, every issue that you have is an issue without a name attached to it, which means that anybody can get it. Anybody that's in your life is going to have to deal with the repercussions of your parents' actions or the people that hurt you actions. All right. They're going to have to deal with it. So for me, I decided to forgive. It's a decision. Why did I decide to forgive? Because I wanted to please the Most High God. And two, I wanted the benefits of it. I got a chance to see women, for example, who would tell me, Sister Tiffany, I don't know why the Lord telling me to tell you this. And they'd be like, I was married twice and I went through this and this and this. And they knew nothing about my story, right? They knew nothing about my story. And they were like, God told me that, I went through this. This man was beating on me. This man was doing this, what have you. But I'm married right now. And Sister Tiffany, this man is truly of God. I've been with him for the last 15 years, 20 years. And this man, the way he treats me, he is kingdom. He's this, he's that. And they're like, I don't know why God told, because we over here talking about bicycle spokes or something like that. And they're like, I don't know why God told me to tell you that. And I said, I know why he told you to tell me that. There are so many of you, you are holding yourself back because you're still holding on to unforgiveness. So you're waiting on an apology to move on. Stop waiting on that apology. You're probably never going to get it. I'm telling you this I'm 47. I'm telling you this from the 40 plus crowd. You'll probably never get it. You can go to their hospital bed, and the only time some of them apologize from their hospital bed because they're scared of going to hell. All right. But in most cases, you're probably never going to get it. You got to forgive without the apology. You got to forgive without expecting them to pay a debt, right? Cancel that invisible debt and move on. All right. Number 4. These are signs that you are in unforgiveness. You rejoice whenever the person or people who hurt you are experiencing hardships. You rejoice whenever the person or people who hurt you are experiencing hardships. And that makes me think of a scripture. I read that scripture last time we were on here. We're going to read it again. Give me a second. Yeah, here we go. Proverbs 24:17 through 18. Rejoice not when thine enemy falleth, and let not thine heart be glad when he stumbleth, lest the Lord see it and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him. I'll read that again. Rejoice not, don't take pleasure, your enemy falleth, and let not thine heart be glad when he stumbleth, lest the Lord see it and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him. In other words, that's Proverbs 24:17 through 18. In other words, whenever you sit back and you see that your ex, for example, your ex, your false friend, your friend that was a friend, and you see that evil is happening in their lives and bad things are coming upon them, don't take pleasure in that. Don't take pleasure in that. Don't be sitting up calling your friend, girl. They said her man left her, right? That's what she get. Girl, she was messing with my man when I was with him. But now they said he done left her for her sister. What? He done left her for her sister. Oh, girl, I wish I could be a fly on the wall. Don't rejoice at that. Don't take pleasure. As a matter of fact, don't be a monitoring spirit in that person's life. Once you have moved on, once the relationship ends, just a little bit of insight. Turn your head and don't look back. You'll be like Lot's wife. You'll turn into a pillar of salt. Or other words, you'll turn salty, become bitter. Don't look back. I've had friendships that ended, and sisterhoods that ended. I won't even say sisterhood because I believe if you're saved, you're always going to be my sister in Christ or brother in Christ or what have you. But I've had relationships that ended in 2024, right? And I don't look back. I ain't going to nobody's profile. I'm not doing anything. I have forgiven. I've interceded for them. I don't go and say, God, bring it back to them for everything they did to me. No, at the end of the day, I'm like, Lord, in the name of Jesus, if I've done anything wrong, I'm taking it to God. And at the same time, I'm praying for that person's healing. I'm praying for that person's deliverance. I'm praying for that person's breakthrough. All right. I'm praying for that person's breakthrough because I won't dare allow that spirit of unforgiveness. I've told you guys before to enter into my heart. I told you before, a lot of times, a lot of the stuff that you go through with people, the enemy wasn't trying to use those people to quote unquote hurt you in many cases. He was just trying to open your heart for unforgiveness. He has a legal right to you in unforgiveness. So you rejoice whenever the person or people who hurt you are experiencing hardships. Most of you, I gotta say it because a lot of times you may have it in your head. Yeah, that's right, girl. I don't be looking back at my friends, but you're looking at your ex. Why you know what his girlfriend looked like? Why you know what his fiance looked like? Unless y'all got kids. Why are you on her page? How do you expect to heal if you keep looking back? Why do you know her relationship status with him? How do you know that they're having hardships? When anytime I went through a breakup, even as a babe in Christ, I made the people in my life aware that I don't want to hear about this person. Why? Because you got to understand, my brain works in the future. I don't want to look back and I don't want to become bitter. There's literally nothing I can do about that situation. That's how my brain works. There's nothing I can do about that situation. It's gone. It's over with. Let me move on. I don't want to get stuck looking at a person. I don't want to become obsessed going to his profile. I don't want to get stuck going to his profile. I don't want to get stuck even concerning myself with who he's with. If they married or not, I can genuinely tell you, I don't know anything about my ex's lives at all. I don't go to their profile. I'm not interested. I don't know if they married, who they married to, if they got more kids. I don't know because I don't go to their profiles, right? And even if I know who their girl is, I don't go to her profile either. Why? Because I don't live in the past. I don't live in the past. Every person that I've ever had in my life that I've had the pleasure of befriending or mentoring in one or just being a sister to, that I saw constantly looking back, got stuck. I'm telling you, your life will minister to me. The ones I saw looking back got stuck. They just kept talking in circles about this same old situation. Girl, they'll be you like you talk to them, let's say Tuesday. You say, hey girl, what you doing? Friday. Girl, nothing. Oh, let's go out to eat. Let's go out to eat Friday. Okay. Friday come, you go out to eat, and she show up and she just not in the best mood. She could just show up and hair messed up, just looking. You like, you good? Girl, yeah. What's wrong with you? Nothing wrong. All right. Girl, how about I found out that Troy gonna call himself trying to marry that ragabat. What ragabat? Girl, you know that girl that the girl he was messing with when we him together. What happened? The one he told me that I ain't have to worry about. The one he told me was just a friend. How about I found out that they supposed to be getting married this Saturday, and she pregnant with his baby. Okay, why does that bother you? And how'd you find it out? Taylor, thank you. God bless you. If I give you wisdom, please use it. All right, let me give you this wisdom. Take your eyes off them. Take your eyes off him. Take your eyes off her. I'm not talking to the women. I'm not just talking to the women. I'm talking to the brothers as well. Move your eyes forward. Look to the hills from whence cometh your help. Your help coming from the Lord. Take your eyes and move them forward. You are tormenting yourself and delaying yourself by constantly looking back. All right? You are tormenting yourself by constantly looking back. Every time I've had somebody in my life that look back, it will be the same old conversation, regurgitation. Like every time I can be coming up like, girl, I'm so excited, girl. Guess what God did? I just finished this book. God did it. And they over there. That's good, girl. I'm gonna be like you someday. I'm so proud of you. What's going on with you? Girl, you know that man then called himself, went out there, and he done moved on. We just broke up Tuesday. It's Thursday. He done already moved on. Okay, I know that hurts. I get it. But how'd you know that? I was on his profile. Hush, stop, be quiet. Get off that man profile. Oh, I'm talking to you. Get off that man profile. If somebody wants to trigger you, they'll intentionally post something to their profile to trigger you. I call it hintistries. Somebody that you didn't dump because he wasn't treating you right will take to his profile if he thinks you're monitoring it and put stuff up there just to trigger you. Don't be a silly rabbit. You over there. No. When I'm about to move on, but I'm sorry, a little passion had to come out. When my ex and I when we started going through a divorce, and we got to that space where we were amicable. Even before we became amicable, I deleted him on social media. We got to the place when we started becoming amicable. I remember he sent me another friend request on Facebook, and I accepted him, or what have you. And we were just going through a divorce, and we're trying to do it amicably, right? We're trying to do it, in kindness and all this other stuff. And I remember I had those moments of boredom, because y'all know that's when you get right that idle time. I have those moments of boredom, and I start thinking, dang, I want to go see what he's doing. I want to see, because when you're fresh out of a relationship, mine is still an issue. He's mine, so you're still thinking that's my husband, that's my ex, that's mine. There's still a sense of ownership. And I remember going to his profile and just going through his page, and I was like, this is not healthy. This is not good. So what I did was I took and I deleted him. And then I blocked him. And I went to the girl's page, the girl that I knew he had been messing with or what have you, even though he was still not being honest about her. I went to her page and I blocked her. Why? Because I didn't want to be a monitoring spirit. And when I saw him the next time, I said, hey, no offense, me and you, we still cool, but I needed to block you for my own self, for my health. Because if I don't block you, I'll be on your page. He was like, I understand. I said, I'll be on your page looking or what have you. So just so you know, I blocked you because I really need to move on. I gave that man, and this is me just trying to help somebody. I gave that man a piece of paper where I wrote down his bank account login information with the password, his Facebook login information, his email login information, all of the login information that I had, and I handed it to him. I said, I got to log into all this stuff. Do me a favor. And this is when he came to my house. I said, do me a favor, go change your passwords. He was shocked. He was like, okay. I said, because if you don't change it, I'm a log in. See, because I was hurt in that moment, right? I was hurt. And I knew that because I was in so much pain and I was still dealing with the, this is mine. I knew that I was going to keep doing it, regardless of what state we were in, regardless of the fact that we were in a good place. I knew that I was going to keep logging in. And I wanted to heal. You got to want to heal. Oh, wow. You got to want to heal. And so with that, he changed his passwords. We bless God, because I was up in the middle of the night one day and I got an idea. That pain started hitting and I started thinking, I said, dang, I wonder if he'd been going to hotels with that. And I tried to log into the account and it said password rejected. And I said, bless God, we bless God. Because you know what I was doing? I was asking for his help. Healing is an intentional process. We'll move on. Number 5, you have trust issues. You have trust issues altogether. That is a sign you're moving in unforgiveness. I don't trust nobody. I don't trust people. Yes, I understand. Most of us have gone through great deals of trauma. I get that part. But whenever you feel like you can't trust the whole wide world, that is a sign that there is some unforgiveness going on that's lurking in your heart. You have a bunch of unprocessed pain. Within pain, there is revelation. In every ounce of pain, every situation, every rejection, every betrayal, every abandonment, all of it, there is revelation locked on the inside. But you got to want it. You got to want it. And if you have not chewed that thing long enough, then you didn't get the revelation, and you'll find yourself still choking on the event because you're trying to swallow it without chewing it. I'm going to say that again. You'll find yourself trying to swallow it without chewing it. You'll still be up in that state of mind where you'll be over there trying to figure stuff out rather than just allowing God to heal you, right? And so pain, this is why I always say, it's always good to get therapy. Pain has to be processed. Pain has to be processed. So I'll give an example because I want to make it make sense. If somebody, let's say you were married and your marriage failed, and this guy, he moves on with his life like immediately, like he don't give any time, and you kind of suspect that maybe he was cheating while the two of you were together, and you think that that's the reason why he moved out and all this other stuff, and you're dealing with the pain, right? You're dealing with the pain of it. Time does not heal wounds. I don't know who came up with that saying, but it's a lie. Time does not heal wounds. It only makes you numb. Pain has to be processed. That means information has to come out of it so that you can understand. God says, above all that I get understanding. If you never understand, you will carry him in your heart into the next relationship. So it won't be you and a new guy. It'll be you, the old guy, and the new guy. The only difference is the old guy won't be physically present, but he's going to present himself in your love life. He's going to present himself in your arguments. He's going to present himself because you never processed the pain. You never got the revelation out of the event. Well, you say, how do I get the revelation? Therapy. I need to understand why this stuff happened. When I used to do one-on-one counseling sessions, one thing I had to tell people time and time again is that the reason that man cheated on you is because you cheated on God. You reaped it. It wasn't the devil attacking your relationship. You reaped what you sowed. Okay? You reap what you sow. You didn't present your body as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your reasonable service. And so that man didn't present his body to you. Right? Not properly. He was presenting his body to everybody. So consequently, you got yourself a promiscuous man because you were a promiscuous woman. I wasn't promiscuous. I was just sleeping with him and him only. You were promiscuous because in sleeping with him, you made him into an idol because you belong to God. Why do you think God, he called the Israelites adulteresses, right? And he said you played the whore. You have to come to understand that we're reapers. You're more of a reaper than you are a victim. You're more of a reaper whenever you are than you are a victim. So you end up with these trust issues when it comes down to people because you never processed it. When you process the pain, it makes it easier for your discernment to wake up. When you process the pain, you're able to say, I know why he did what he did. That man told me all about his past. That man told me about his childhood. That man told me all that stuff. That man never really healed from all that. He's a piece of work. He'd have been through some stuff, right? And so he did to me what he was doing to God. And the reason he got the authorization to do that stuff to me because I slept with him outside of marriage. So that's why he's doing what he did. So I'm actually starting to feel sorry for him because he's gonna do that to the next person. And he got hurt in this, even though he was a villain in the relationship, he still got hurt in it. That's what the devil does to him. The devil repeatedly causes him to hurt other people, and so that he can hurt himself in the midst of all of that. Once you get that revelation, it's easy to take accountability, and it's easy to heal. It's easy to take responsibility, and it's easy to heal. Culture today says don't take accountability. Culture today says it's the man's fault. It's his fault. These men. It's the male and the female fault. It takes two to tango. I think we keep looking at who dealt the fatal blow. But the problem with God, he ain't looking at who dealt the fatal blow. He's looking at the foundation that it rests on. He's looking at the fact that you had your legs wrapped around him while you were wearing your daddy's last name. He's looking at the fact that you were sinning against him and you made this man into an idol or you made that woman into an idol. He's looking at that. You took his hands off the relationship when you decided to sin and dedicate it to yourself. You robbed him of the glory and now you mad. No, when you take that and you say, God, I repent. I set the stage for this. I set the stage with my impatience. I set the stage because of my rejection. I set the stage for this. You won't do it again, or you're less likely to do it again. You're less likely to do it again. All right? Where were we? Your trust issues altogether. Number 6, your relationships move too fast. It's a sign you got unforgiveness in your heart. Your relationships move too fast. Why is that? It's because you're still trying to treat a wound by using another person. That's how you learn to cope. So you try to treat your mother and your father wounds by getting in a relationship with a person. That person came in and they were abandoned for a little while, but then over the course of time, they started to eat away at that wound, right? They started to create an even bigger wound. They started wounding you all the more. The relationship failed, and then you went out there and got somebody else to try to treat that wound. And so you started to learn that in the beginning, in the genesis of a relationship, things are beautiful. Everything looks great. And there's a lot of relief and pleasure I get with this person. There's a lot of things that I get really excited about. But then at some point in the relationship, I don't feel the relief anymore. I start to feel a tightness. And then behind that tightness, I start feeling pain. And behind that pain, I start noticing that, my arm is the band-aid starting to cave in. And before long, I come to realize that this person is eating away at me. They're eating away at my confidence. They're eating away at the voice of God in my life. They're eating away at all those different things that are valuable to me. They're eating away. And so with that, you end up with another failed relationship, and it becomes a pattern. Some of you right now, you dating patterns, and you live in hope, right? You live in hope deferred because you just keep on. You're like, okay, this is a different dude. I'm pretty sure things are going to go different because he said, yeah, and the reason your ex did that stuff because he was a man boy. I'm a man. He was talking real good with that deep voice. And you like, girl, he was talking about Tyrone. And he was saying that Tyrone is a boy. He know how to handle every man. I'm sorry. I ain't gonna say every man, but I'm gonna say every man I met that use that type of language, they don't be right. They don't be right. They just learn that, right? Because it lowers your defenses. I'm gonna say that again. They learn that because it lowers your defenses. I have a grace on my life, right? We talk about fivefold ministry, what have you. You don't hear me on any channel really just talking about the office I'm called to. Why? My fruit will speak to it. My fruit will speak for itself. It's the same thing. A man who's a man of men, a man who is a man of God, a man who is surrendered to God, does not have to announce that the other guy's a boy and he's a man. He doesn't have to use comparative language. At the end of the day, he knows to demonstrate. He knows to demonstrate. Don't come and tell me, because basically what you're doing is saying, can you give me a credit of trust? Give me an extension, and I want you to look at me a certain type of way. That way you can give me a measure of trust that I have not earned, and then I can have the freedom to do to you what I want to do to you. When you come in contact with a healed man, a man that loves the Lord, he ain't gonna be sitting up there using comparative language. He ain't gonna say, oh yeah, he was a boy. Anytime I've heard men talk like that, they weren't right. And I'm not even talking about in my life, right? Because y'all know I've been single for a long time. I'm talking about guys that, like, women I've counseled, what have you, that, and it was like, yeah, he was a boy. The woman sit up there and tell me, yeah, he was telling me this, and I was telling him about me and Jason, and he was telling me that how Jason was. I said, let me take a guess. He said Jason was a boy. You talking to a man right now? I said, girl, you having a whole conversation with Leviathan. Because at the end of the day, if he's truly a man, he know how to demonstrate. You will know them by their fruit, not their words. You'll know them by their fruit. This is somebody that's saying, hey, don't look at my fruit. Give me a credit. Give me an extension of trust. I tell people, when I meet you, I don't trust you. But I don't distrust you either. When I meet you, trust is earned. It has to be built. So when I come in, I'm not suspicious of you. I'm being honest. I don't come into relationships suspicious of people unless I see some stuff. If I see you out here trying to get, you try to put that good hand on my leg, yeah, I don't trust you. But I know which side to give trust to, because I tell you, we trust everybody, right? Everybody you come in contact with, you trust them. I'm gonna make it make sense. Everybody you come in contact with, you trust them. What I mean by that, you either trust them to do right or you trust them to do wrong. You either trust them to do right or you trust them to do wrong. And again, sometimes you can stand in the middle of that, where I have a tendency to stand is I don't know you to trust you. I don't know you to distrust you. I just pay attention. I just learn, right, as I go along. But if I'm with a man and he consistently do a thing, something that's wrong, let's say he consistently leaves the toilet seat open. He consistently leaves the toilet seat up, and I've told him time and time again, please put the toilet seat down, okay? Because I'm not trying to see it. I'm not trying to sit on that big wide thing. I'm gonna fall into the toilet. Number one, number two, please clean up your pee. You nasty booger bat. Clean up your pee, right? If I'm telling him that, and no matter how many times I tell him that, and we done had arguments about it, I trust him to leave the toilet seat up. You see? I didn't say I don't trust him. I said I trust him to leave the toilet seat up, which means that I've asked him not to do it, but I trust that he's going to do it. Why? Because I've learned to live by pattern. What you do consistently, as opposed to what you say consistently, what you do consistently, which means that now, while I'm in my house, I have a habit. I can just back up to the toilet. Now, over the course of time, when I'm coming into the bathroom, I'm looking I'm trying to make sure that the seat is down, right? And so if I come into the bathroom and he up in there and he's like, what you looking at the toilet for? Because I trust that you'll leave it up. I left it down. We bless God. Keep doing that over the time. I'll trust that you'll leave it down. You trust people to do what you consistently see them doing. When I used to do marriage counseling or what have you, I used to tell people this all the time. Like, you'll have a guy that he'd be like, she don't trust me. And I'm like, well, yeah, you did cheat on her. And I'm like, she does trust you, bro. She just don't trust you to be faithful. She trusts you. She trusts you to do what you've consistently done. And you know what? That's okay for right now. But one of the things that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to rebuild what you destroyed. You don't get to come back and ask for another credit. That's like, going and I know when I was growing up, we grew up poor. And I'm trying to see, I feel like I had notes that I'm missing. Well, we grew up poor. Do I have notes? No, I got them all. But we grew up poor. And one of the things I remember, like in some of the neighborhoods, you have those mom and pop stores. And my dad used to go down to the mom and pop store, my mom too, but I remember my dad walking down to the mom and pop store and asking for a credit on food, like sauerkraut and what is that, lunch meat and stuff like that. They used to have those little machines where they cut it up and wrap it in white paper and stuff like that. I don't know if y'all had that, but I remember my dad going to the store, like when we wouldn't have any money, no food, or what have you, he would go to the store and he would get like $5 worth of meat. He would talk to them. They knew him. They would go ahead and give him that $5 worth of meat, right? And then he'd go back when he got paid and he would pay that off. That way he can go back and he can get that credit again should he need it. Now, imagine this. Imagine that he didn't pay them back. And he went down there again. He said, I know I haven't paid you back. Or he did not acknowledge it altogether. He said, I need another credit. You think they're going to give him another credit? Sometimes they may go ahead and give him one and say, hey, I know you're in a hard pickle. You're in a hard situation. When you going to pay? I'll be back next week. Next week, if he come up in there and he asks again, he said, oh, man, things have been hard. Can you give me another credit? They're going to say no. Right? Because what are they looking at? They're looking at the pattern. They're looking at the pattern. Right. And so they're looking at this and they're starting to say, okay, don't look like I'm gonna get the money back. So he understood that if I want to continue to keep going to this place, I have to go back and pay off my debt. It's the same thing. Like I said, anytime I've ministered to couples where there's been like a cheating or something like that, I've always said to the guy, like I've always said to the cheater, I've always said, you've already burned your credit up. You don't get to come back in and say to her, you got to trust me. I said, you got to give her, you destroyed that, right? I want you to see trust as a building that you two inhabited, right? You took a wrecking ball and you wrecked it. You threw it down. You can't then tell her to build a tent for your trust. No, you have to rebuild it. You got to rebuild it. That means give her the space to heal. That means you got to now consistently do the right thing. You got to consistently do the right thing. Because now that she's awakened or she's aware of your pattern, then guess what? You got to take the password off your phone. You got to take the password off your phone. You can't trip when she's looking at your phone. You can't. You got to rebuild that trust. Because right now, she trusts you to fail. She trusts you to cheat. So you're going to have to take the password off your phone. You got to sit up there. If you walk into the kitchen and you had left your phone on the kitchen table and you find her up in there, don't yell. Just sit up there. If she's struggling, if let's say the password is 0000, you just walk in there and say 0000, that's the password. And I say to the woman, I said, now you're going to have to heal. And over the course of time, you're not going to be able to use this to control him. Right. So I understand right now you're checking behind him. I get it. But at the end of the day, there's got to be a time limit on this. There's got to be a time limit on this. All right. You have your relationships move too fast. Your relationships move too fast. It's a sign of unforgiveness. Your relationships move too fast because again, you're trying to use another person to fit, or to heal a wound, to treat a wound, to cover a wound that was left by your mother, left by your father, left by your ex, left by somebody in your life. You're trying to use a person, and at the same time, familiar spirits. Whenever you are, and I'm trying to figure out how to say this. What the enemy does is he likes to get you familiar with certain spirits, right? Now the familiar spirits have familiarized themselves with you. They likely got into your bloodline through witchcraft, but they like to familiarize themselves with your patterns. At the same time, they want you to become familiar with them. Right. And so one thing that they do is they establish a pattern while you're very young in life. They establish a pattern. This is why you don't wake up love before it's time. They like to establish a pattern in your life. So what a familiar spirit will do is, let's say you're dating a guy, we'll call him Jason. Jason had a spirit of Jezebel. He was narcissistic, but baby, was he charming. He was charming. He was so sensual. There was just so much beauty. Like he specialized. Because when you're dealing with demonized people, they specialize in sensuality. I don't know if you know that, but he's so charming. Like whenever you used to go around him, he would have. Let's say you went to visit him at his mama's house, because y'all were young. Whenever his mama was at work or what have you, he would light candles. He would have incense burning in the room. He would have the music playing. I'm talking about he would take his time and, just be kissing on you. He'd tell you everything you've ever wanted to hear. He'd tell you how he said, I love you. I don't know, you know, if this thing with us gonna last forever, but baby, I'm praying that you never let me go. Because I'm telling you, and he starts telling you that he'll never let you go. And I'm talking about that dude gets locked into your heart. That what that does is like it's like a drug. If he keeps giving it to you, what he's doing is that familiar spirit is getting you familiar with his essence. Okay, it's getting you familiar with his essence. If he keeps giving that to you over the course of time, what's going to end up happening is you're going to become familiar with that and addicted to that. You're going to get addicted to that presence. You're going to want that presence. You're going to crave that presence. All right. And if you add a little music into the mix and stuff like that, you'll be up in your car like, man, I want that. So let's say you and Jason break up and you come and you meet a guy, and we'll call him Fred. And Fred, he comes and he's like, man, I'm in love with you. I don't know what you're doing to me. Baby, say that this is real. Baby, please tell me this is not a figment of my imagination. Tell me that I'm not alone in this. Y'all not heard it all. Tell me I'm not alone in this. All that. He said all that beautiful stuff to you. That's a familiar presence to you. That means that there are some parts of a process that he doesn't have to go through, security in your heart that he doesn't have to go through because he's familiar. Does that make sense? There's parts of, okay. I remember going to a club and I wasn't even 21 years old yet. And I used to go to a club and I used to have fake IDs. I had fake IDs. I got a fake ID. Then they started requiring a state ID. And my friends would let me use their IDs. They weren't really checking because I'm not light skinned. All right. I got a light skin ID. They not looking, they don't care. All they want to say if you presented an ID. But I used to go to the club. What was I talking about? Good gosh. Let me get back to my notes. Let me hold up. Oh, you moved too fast. Oh yeah, I used to go to the club. And one of the things that used to happen to me after I had showed that fake ID and I got all those security guards familiar with me, it was like 2 or 3 of them. Once they got familiar with my face, guess what? I ain't have to show my ID no more. I didn't have to show my ID anymore. I remember I used to go to a club, they called it the V. I used to frequent that club. When I got pulled up, I was 19 years old and I was 20 years old. I didn't have to show my ID because they became familiar with me. And they were hosting an event at another club, not the V, but it was another event hosted at another club. And it was like this elegant, well, no, it wasn't elegant, but it was an event, right? And it was like a club like setting, club like scene. And I took my cousin with me. And my cousin was young. I was 20, so she was about 18 years old. We knew you're supposed to be 21 to get in. So I'm like, I'll get you in. No worries. And I remember I showed up and, the security guard, I was walking by and they just looked at me. And I knew that they were so used to seeing me with, sorry, I'm going to keep it real. I'm just going to keep it real. All right, I'm going to keep it real. One of the security guards was a white woman. And I knew that she didn't study our faces too strong. She was sweet, but I know she didn't study our faces too strong. And I knew that she was likely going to think that my cousin looked like one of my other friends. She wasn't studying features, right? So I told my cousin, no worries, because I knew if it was one of the guy security guards, they're going to let me in anyhow. But I knew if it was her, she wasn't going to study features. So I remember we went up to this club, and as soon as we got up there, she looked at us, and she was like, she just nodded us on in, right? And my cousin, and I'm telling my cousin, don't look at me, because my cousin would just look. I'm just like, come on. So I'm going on in. And I remember it was some girls behind us that they asked for ID, and one of the girls didn't have ID. And we still trying to get in the club because it's still a crowd. And she was like, "You didn't ask them for ID. You didn't ask them for ID." And I'm sitting up there looking like, "Dang, she better do our cover." So I'm like, "Let me defend." So I turned around and I said, "She works at the V. I said, me and my cousin I said, me and her are always at the V. So she done carded us at the V 1,000 times." And I gave the lady an excuse. She said, "Yeah, I done carded them 1,000 times." It hushed the girl up, because had they asked for ID, my cousin or me would have been able to get in. Right? So I'm saying that when it comes down to a familiar spirit, is that a familiar spirit knows that the Bible says, "Guard your heart, for out of it flows the issues of life." And love has a speed limit. Familiar spirits know that at the end of the day, if there's a sense of familiarity, you're not gonna take every issue through the check. You're not gonna stop this person at every checkpoint. You're not gonna respect the seasons. You're gonna say, "I know him. Let him through. I know him. Let him through." So your relationships move really fast, not because I feel like we've been knowing each other for the last, for a long time, even though it's been short. No, it's because you're familiar with the spirit in that person. You feel safe with that spirit. Y'all gonna get quiet on me, but that's all right. You're familiar with that spirit. And that is a sign of unforgiveness, because in that means you still haven't processed those former relationships, gotten a revelation out of it. You have not totally healed. You have not severed the soul tie. So you're still addicted to that spirit. That's why you sit back there and say you keep attracting narcissists. You keep attracting them because you're still attracted to them. You're still attracted to that spirit because it has a level of familiarity, and you still don't understand that you can't tame it. You still think you can talk a demon out of being a demon. Let's just keep it real. Let's just keep it real. You still think you can talk a demon out of being a demon. You still think that you can help to heal that person. And so while it didn't work with Jason, Troy here is new. And he's talking the language of hope, and he's talking futuristically. They call it future faking in the world of psychology. He's saying all these beautiful things. And he looks fixable. He sounds fixable. When your relationships move too fast, it is a major sign that you have not forgiven you have not forgiven the people in your past, meaning you have not processed the revelation from those relationships. Had you processed that revelation, I can guarantee you would not be attracted to that spirit anymore. You wouldn't move that fast. You take your time. Because you say, "I don't want to go through any type of stuff like that." And I know that so many things got past my checkpoints with the last person, because, I just got caught up in my head, and I was just looking at what I wanted from this person. I had this fantasy about who this person was, and I didn't do the work. So now I'm making a decision to do the work. I don't care how beautiful it appears. I'm making a decision to pray. I'm making a decision to do the work. Before you build a thing, count the cost. I need to count and see how much I'm gonna pay to be with you. I gotta see how much. What you gonna cost me? Are you gonna cost me my peace? What is it? What does it cost? Everybody got a price tag. Everybody got a price tag. What does it cost to be with you? All right. Where are we? Number 7. You tend to overreact whenever offended, scared, or disappointed. Signs of unforgiveness. You tend to overreact whenever offended, scared, or disappointed. You say, "What are you talking about, Sister Tiffany?" I'm glad to answer that. Somebody, let's say your child, leaves the refrigerator door open at 9 p.m. You wake up at 12 a.m. because you got to pee, and you head down to the kitchen because you just wanted to maybe grab a glass of milk or what have you. And you see that the refrigerator door is still ajar. All right. Not great, but it ain't the worst crime in the world. Now, let's say that your kid happens to be 17, 18 years old. You go up in his room and you start screaming, snatching his covers off him. He got to go to school. And you're like, "Get up from here. You act like you ain't got no sense. You left that refrigerator door open. Now I'm tired of it. Now wake up." You wake him up and you're exploding on this kid. Instead of saying, "Hey, listen, you left the refrigerator door open again. I'm about to put a restriction on you, that could have waited till the morning. I'm gonna put a restriction on you and say you can't go to the refrigerator after this hour if you do that again." Because at the end of the day, you could have caused the food to go bad, the refrigerator light to go off. At the end of the day, you running my light bill up. Okay. So if you do that again, but when you overreact, when you explode over small, minute issues, they may not seem to be minute to you, but when you see people looking at you because you cut them off or you got mad or you did something crazy, that's usually a sign you're still responding to the past. And the reason you got to yell is because the past is so far away, yet it's still near to you. Did that make sense? You're still responding to the past. I've talked to people over the years, and we may enter into a space of frustration and offense and stuff like that, and they go to overreacting. Or they'll say something. I'm just sitting there looking, and I say that response wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. That response was for somebody in your past, because you're sitting here and you're going off on me because I misspelled your name. And you're taking that to mean that I don't care about you, that I don't love you, I don't want you, I don't see you, you're irrelevant to me. You're taking that in a real dark way. So for me, I'm like, you haven't fully healed. Who hurt you? Because you're going to have to talk about it. You're going to have to get therapy. And I'm not personally going to be your therapist, but somebody hurt you. And in most cases, when you bring it to their attention, they're able to say, oh, yeah, this is what happened to me. And I'm like, yeah, you haven't left the conversation of your past. And because you weren't heard then, you're still yelling in an attempt to be heard. And little small things are bothering you because you're still carrying the weight of your matters. And so consequently, you were willing to just basically blow up on me and turn us into enemies over something so minute. Cashapp, thank you. Sister Ruth, I saw Sister Ruth in here. Sister Ruth, you post the Cashapp. Thank you, beautiful. Where were we? You tend to overreact whenever offended, scared, or disappointed. You go to the top of the beam, right? You take things personally to the point where people are afraid to disappoint you. Thank you, Sister Ruth. God bless you. Here it is, guys, for those of you who want it. You tend to overreact. Sorry. I don't know what you mean, Zoom. Sorry. No, to leave it live and go to Zoom, I don't know what you mean. But you have a tendency to overreact whenever people say things to you, whenever people do things, or whenever people don't do things for you, right? I've seen people, they'll have an unrealistic expectation, and I've seen them overreact. You overreact. That is a sign that you're moving in unforgiveness. Number 8, you cut people off easily. You cut people off easily, and you brag about it. Girl, I got a knife. I got a sharp sword. I don't play that, girl. I be cutting everybody else. I used to sing that, right? I used to sing that. I used to sing that even while I was a leader, right? I probably sung it on this channel back in the day. I used to sit there and I took pride in that. Notice I said I took pride in that. But God had to take me through another level of healing to let me know that, hey, that is nothing to brag about. That's not a flex. That's not a flex. That is a sign of trauma, unresolved trauma, unprocessed pain. That you should not have a heart where you can look and say, you got to go. You got to go too. You got to go. Because, girl, I don't give people second chances. You got to go. That means I lack grace. And if you lack grace, that is usually the result of you moving in unforgiveness toward another person. That is a sign that you are moving in unforgiveness toward another person. I want to do, I said I want to do brain training, but I also want to help people to understand when it comes to relationships. You need to get my book, Relational Acuity. I believe Relational Acuity is one of my most slept on books. It's a 5-part book. It'll help you to understand. One of the ways that you master forgiveness is it's like playing chess with the relationships you have. Some people, you have to move relationships around. All right. You can end up throwing away a relationship that is a covenant relationship because you put the person too close and gave them a title, gave them a position that God did not qualify them for. They were supposed to be in your life, but they weren't supposed to be your bestie. They were supposed to be in your life, but they weren't supposed to be your bestie. That sister, she's cool, But she was supposed to be somebody that you're cool with, maybe a friend, a distant friend. And it would have lasted for a lifetime had she been over there. But she don't do well when she get close to people. She don't do well. Or maybe when y'all get close to each other, she do well when she get close to people. But maybe whatever you got going on with yourself, your beliefs, and her beliefs, they clash. They clash. And so from a distance, y'all good. I'm talking about amazing. But if y'all got close up, the fact that you have these beliefs and she got those beliefs, y'all got close. But because of a void, because of unhealed trauma, you decided to make her your bestie. And y'all start trauma bonding. So consequently, now your relationship with her, it fails. Doesn't, and now you mad at her. Now you carry that year after year mad at her, not realizing that when you say I'm so confused because she was a good friend, she actually was. It's just that you put her in a place that she couldn't handle. It's like you can bring your children up to my shop. I got two shop spaces now, right? You can bring your children up to my shop. Well, my first shop space is finished. The other one we're still working on. And let's say I had the coloring books on the floor and they needed to be organized, right? I got all these coloring books, they need to be organized. And your kid says, "Oh, can I do it?" And your kid is 7, 8 years old. I say, "Yeah, sure." Right. And your kid is taking each coloring book and they're looking at the face on the coloring book and they're stacking it away. They're doing a great job. But would I hire your kid to do more work? No, that's a kid. I won't say you did such a good job. What time did she get out of school? She's in 3rd grade. Okay. When she get out of school, can you bring her here at least 2, 3 days out of the week? I want to hire her. She's a kid. So that means I got to keep her in a kid's place. I can love her and I'm going to give her only what she can bear. So when she's up there, if she's with, then yeah, she can do that and I'll pay her. You did a great job. But she's still a kid. I don't know if you need, she did a great job, but she's still a kid. Did you know that there are some people out there, they're amazing, but they're still kids. They're still babes in the faith, which means that if you are more mature, if you bring them too close, it's going to be a fight. Brother Christopher, thank you. God bless you. I'll answer that at the end. I'll answer at the end. At the end. It's going to be a fight. Okay? So that is to say, sometimes it's not the person that's bad, it's the proximity. Oh, y'all, you know what I'm doing on here right now? I'm teaching you something that many of your parents never taught you. My parents didn't teach me either. All right. I had to learn. God had to teach me. God had to take me through life. I had to have mentors and coaches I learned over time. I'm teaching you something that you probably never learned. Right? Sometimes the issue isn't that the person was a snake. The issue is they just weren't mature enough to heal enough to be that close. So number 8, you cut people off easily. Now you end up cutting off a person that God actually brought into your life because you made the mistake of not praying about where they need to be in your life. You made the mistake of not examining and to see where they are in Christ Jesus so you can say, you're a babe. You can't be up on me like that. Because as a babe, you're going to struggle with this. You're going to struggle with that. You're a babe. You can't be up on me like that. And if you had understood that, hey, that's somebody that I'm supposed to be mentoring, or that's my baby sister in Christ, you wouldn't have got mad and you wouldn't have called her a bestie. Get that book, Relational Acuity. I'm telling you right now, it'll bless your life. If you get that book series, I'm going to tell you right now, if you take that information in that book series and you apply it, you're going to see a shift in your life. I'm talking about you're going to see acceleration in your life because you'll come to realize that I've been doing relationships wrong this whole time. I had to do many of them wrong before I finally caught on. All right. We were number 8, you cut people off easily. Most of the time it's because you put them in the wrong position, right? Number 9, you wrestle with control. This is a sign that you are in unforgiveness. You wrestle with control. You don't like being out of control, because whenever you allowed yourself to be in a place where you submitted to another person, that person hurt you. And so now you feel the need to be in control in every relationship to ensure that nobody else hurts you. I'm going to show you signs that you move with control. It's called relational acuity. Signs that you're moving with the spirit of control is you, let's say you feel like they got to call you. I mean, you got to call them. They can't call you. I used to have a friend that was like that. A couple of friends that was like that. They never said it out loud, but it became very evident that if I called them, they weren't going to answer the phone. The only time they'll call me, right? And so that was just their thing, right? And they did that for years on end. And I came to realize, and it's like this unspoken thing that we just kind of developed that. Another sign that you wrestle with control is that you overtalk people in a conversation. You just keep cutting people off. You keep trying to control the conversation. Why? Because you don't want the conversation to end, and you don't want the conversation to navigate away from the topic that is most important to you in that moment. Ashley, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. You don't want the conversation to navigate away from what's important to you in that moment. Another sign that you wrestle with control is you wrestle with insecurity. Yes, it's on Amazon. You wrestle with insecurity. You're sitting up there. You're always wondering about who your significant or insignificant others talking to. You're wondering about, why would she want me? Or why would he want me? These are signs that you wrestle with the spirit of control, but you wrestle with control. You feel the need to control people. You feel the need to control situations. You feel the need to control just about everything. And that comes from unresolved, unhealed trauma. You have not gotten the pain. You haven't gotten the revelation out of the pain. It's unprocessed pain. Unprocessed pain. When you process the pain, whenever you take it. Okay, I always make it make sense like that. I wish I had a fruit on this table. Right? Can I pin the title? It's called Relational Acuity. Sister Ruth posted it. Thank you, Sister Ruth. Here it goes. It's called Relational Acuity. And there's 5 books to it. So you get part 1, get part 2, 3, 4, and 5. It'll bless your whole wide life. It'll help you to rearrange your relationships. It'll help you, because relationships are not designed. You don't want to move too fast. It'll help you to rearrange your relationships and to get into a healthy space. And you'll find that when your relationships are aligned properly, you'll find that the blessings of God tend to flow a lot better, because some people are like constipation. Some relationships will serve to block some of the things that God is trying to do in your life. All right. But you wrestle with control. You feel the need to be in control. Number 10, let's move on. You dabble in witchcraft. Witchcraft is always going to be connected to control. Control is always going to be connected to witchcraft. You wrestle with witchcraft, whether that's zodiac signs, sage, crystals, new age. You wrestle with witchcraft. You find a need to find some branch of witchcraft. Why? Because you're not studying the word enough to get the revelation. So you start trying to fill the void by looking for other means. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father except through me. But you keep looking for another way. You keep looking for other means. You keep looking for something, because what you're looking for, whenever you're dabbling in witchcraft, you're trying to control the future. You want to know the future so you can control it. Sister Patricia, thank you for the Cashapp. God bless you, beautiful. She said, post a Cashapp. Thank you, guys. What were we? You dabble in witchcraft, and witchcraft ain't always getting a candle and lighting it. Witchcraft is also controlling people, trying to control people, using manipulation, using seduction, using all types of ways in order to get what you want. That's witchcraft. Thank you, Sister Ruth. God bless you. She posted the cash up again, guys. You wrestle with control. Number 10 was you dabble in witchcraft. You dabble in witchcraft. Number 11, it is not uncommon for you to be mad at God. That is a sign you're moving in unforgiveness. It is not uncommon for you to be mad at God. That usually indicates that you are immature. You don't know him that well. And you have somehow humanized him, and you've built a transactional relationship with him rather than a father-son, father-daughter relationship with him. You've humanized him. And whenever you're moving transactionalism toward God, it's like you think that if I keep my legs closed, if I go to church, if I fast, if I tithe, if I pray, then God owes me what I want, whether that thing be outside of his will or not. So if I go get in a relationship, God is obligated to bless that relationship. And if that relationship turns around and it fails and it falters, then you turn around and you're mad at God because you feel like it's his fault because he's all knowing, he's all powerful. You feel like he should have interrupted that guy and forced him to do right by you. It's not uncommon for you to be mad at God. Every time you look up, you're wrestling with anger towards God. Number 12, you have trouble forgiving yourself. You have trouble forgiving yourself. That usually, again, unprocessed pain. It's like in that you keep taking accountability for other people, and you have not processed that pain. And whenever people make you mad at yourself, you're typically going to be mad at them as well. Tell me if I'm wrong. Simplicity, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. You have trouble forgiving yourself. That is a sign that you have not forgiven others. That is a sign that unforgiveness is in your heart. And even if you have forgiven others, you're still wrestling with unforgiveness because you never got rid of the unforgiveness. You just turned it around. You never got rid of the unforgiveness. You just turned it around, right? So at once it was pointing outwardly, but then you set up there. Maybe you had somebody that was gaslighting you. Maybe you had somebody that was manipulating you. Or maybe, you just decided that in order for me to hold on to this relationship, I'm going to blame myself for his actions. I'm going to blame myself for her actions. So consequently, you took that unforgiveness. It's like you took that light and you turned it back at yourself. You took it and now you're blaming yourself for the actions of another person. You have trouble forgiving yourself. And just so you know, narcissists and narcissistic people will allow you to blame yourself for their actions because they don't like to take accountability. And it feels better to them to have shared accountability because to them, they feel like taking responsibility means that you see them in totality, you see their issues, you see their flaws, and that means that you're gonna get rid of them and all together. Or you're going to take control over them. Most of the time, they think you're going to take control. They think that you're going to take power over them. And then they get really scared that you're going to start, using that to control them. And so for them, shared accountability is better than anything. All right. You have trouble forgiving yourself. Number 13, you find it hard to move on after failed relationships. You find it hard to move on after failed relationships. So a relationship fails and your friends can move on, other people can move on, but 3 months in, sometimes 3 years in, sometimes 7 years in, you still looking back. You're still looking back. That is a sign that your heart has not learned to process pain. That is a sign you have not truly learned how to let go. I may do a lesson on there, how to process pain, but your heart has not learned how to let go. Now, just so you know, for those of you who want to know how do you train the heart to let go? You have to learn. It's the same thing using the same method you do when you take a shot. Like when the doctor come and they want to draw blood or they want to give you a shot, you brace yourself for the pain. And I can't run from this shot. I can't jump out the window. I can't run out the office. I'm going to have to endure this shot. Then I'm going to still have to pay for this shot. So what you do is you sit there and you brace yourself for the pain. Now, me personally, a lot of times I'll take my hand and I'll kind of, I'll put pressure on my arm, right? I'll put my nails in my arm. And I've been doing that since I was a kid because I feel like I can bear my pain better than I can bear theirs, right? And so and another thing that I have a tendency to do is I turn my head so that I don't have to look. All right. You, on the other hand, you may do something different to prepare for the pain. So, and even when I'm in the middle of the pain, when they're doing it, I tell myself it's going to end, it's going to end, it's going to end. Okay. And then I be thinking to myself, why she still got that needle in my arm? Good God, what is this woman sadistic or something? But what I'm doing is I'm processing that moment. I'm not running from that moment. I'm enduring that moment because I know that the moment is going to end. So when it comes down to letting go of pain, letting go of, let's say, a failed relationship, letting go of something that happened to you, I don't know any other way to say this. You just got to let it hurt, but you got to pray about it while it does. And you got to pray for forgiveness, take accountability in it. And you got to release you got to release them. So one of the ways to release a person is to begin to intercede for them. And when I say intercede, don't be like, God, I call fire from heaven on them. Lord, rain down you, destroy. No, Sometimes the best prayer you can pray for somebody is, Lord, have mercy. Lord, I ask that you speak to their heart, draw them to you. You know, you love them. Father, right now, that person has hurt me. That person has done me wrong. But Father, I give them over to you. You love them. And I know what they did to me is a reflection of their heart towards you. It's a reflection of their pain. That means you got to learn to endure. You got to learn to endure. This is one thing I learned about pain. Okay, I don't want to go there because I want to go rated R. I want to go rated R. X even. Forget it. If you learn to take that pain with that man on top of you, same concept. You didn't tell him to get up, did you? Now, prayerfully, you waited till you got married. But I'm talking about your BC days, right? Before Christ days. You didn't tell him to get up. Then you take it? Because you wanted what was on the other side, right? You wanted the relationship, you wanted the pleasure, you took it. Sorry to go there. But that's the language that some of you understand. You took it. You didn't sit up there and toss him off onto the floor and say, I can't do this, I can't do this. No, you took it. It's the same thing. When you're coming out of a relationship, it hurts. It hurts. But you got to take it if you want what's on the other side of it. And when I say take it, I'm not saying that you just got to sit there and let the pain hurt. No, get you a therapist. Get some pastoral counseling. Get some, not just pastoral counseling, get some normal counseling, right? Get some therapy sessions. Get some therapy sessions. Do what you got to do to heal. Don't try to find relief for the pain. Don't try to say, well, maybe if I numb it by sleeping with somebody else, if I numb it by drinking, if I numb it by just hanging out with my girls so that I don't have to sit at home and deal with it, it'll be better. The pain gonna still be there. All right, where were we? You find it hard to move on after failed relationships. Number 14, you hyperfixate on the evils people have done to you rather than focusing on the good God has done for you. I'll say that again. You hyperfixate on the evils people have done to you rather than focusing on the good God has done for you. In the event, any given event, our heads are going to turn and focus on something. Any given event, whenever you have a habit, because unforgiveness is a stronghold, it creates habits and patterns. Whenever you have a habit of staring at the negative event rather than looking at what God did. So I can sit here and I can say, God closed the door to that friendship. Just like that. That girl did this and she did that, and I don't understand. And I can hyperfixate on that event, right? Talking about things that happened in times past. I can hyperfixate on that event. And I can say, she never really was my friend. She showed the signs and symptoms, but why didn't I see it? Why did I? And if I hyperfixate on it, relationally, it'll retard me. Relationally, it'll cripple me. However, if I say, that child didn't like me the whole time, and that's why God would not let us get that close. God is faithful. God made it where every time I had this opportunity or I had this, that it was like something, God always blocked her from coming. God always blocked this to see how good God is. You see how good God is. In that, if I focus on the goodness of God, I realized that in the midst of all that, because I'm not looking at the event as a natural event anymore, because when I look at God, it upgrades in my mind that this is spiritual. The war is not against flesh and blood, but against the powers of principalities and the rulers of this dark world and spiritual wickedness in high places. When I look at it as that child wanted to destroy me. But my God was behind the scenes. My God was behind the scenes fighting for me. He heard every conversation. He saw every evil thing this girl did. He saw that. He saw my heart was right toward her, but her heart was evil toward me. He saw it. I can hyperfixate on what she did to me, or I can look at what God did for me and I say, God, the weapon was formed, but you didn't let it prosper. The weapon was formed, but King of Kings, Lord of Lords, Most High God, you're the judge of judges. You are my everything. You didn't let that, you know what that did? That does. If I hyperfixate on what she did to me, then I'm going to complain. But if I hyperfixate on what he did for me, I'm going to praise. Ah, gosh. I be wanting y'all to hear me so bad. I do. I be feeling like you don't hear me. If I hyperfixate, because that's how unforgiveness comes. It comes because you hyperfixate. If I hyperfixate on what she did to me or what she was trying to do to me, then I'll move in unforgiveness. I'll complain. I'll be telling everybody and their mama and their dad and their dog and their goldfish what she did. But if I hyperfixate on what God did for me, and I say, God, she got a lick in, but it could have been far worse. God, she did this, but God, I thank you. I thank you for your grace and your mercy. I thank you for your Holy Spirit. God, I thank you that you protected me even in the midst of my ignorance, God. Father, I thank you that even in the midst of my blindness, that you were my eyes. I thank you even in the midst of my deafness, that you were my ears. I thank you, God, that when I was sitting there and I just chose to ignore, when I chose to be blind to what you were showing me, you still kept me. You still extended your grace to me. You still told the enemy, you drew a line in a sand in front of the enemy, and you said you will not touch her. Father, I thank you. Father, I glorify your name. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? I'm trying to show you why you complain. I'm trying to show you why you get in unforgiveness. It's because you keep looking at what the person did. You're hyper fixating on the wrong thing. He said, look to the hills from whence cometh your help coming from the Lord. Mercedes, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. Look to the hills from whence cometh your help. Your help comes from where? It comes from the Lord. Where were we? Number 15. Most of your conversations start with, do you remember? This is a sign that you're moving on forgiveness. Most of your conversations start with, do you remember? You know, and whenever you hold those type of conversations, you're usually hosting a bunch of expired relationships. Not to say that, relationships can't last a lifetime. I wholeheartedly believe they can. I got friends in my life that I'm confident that we're going to be friends for a lifetime, that we're going to be cool for a lifetime, right? I'm saying the ones that you picked up that never healed, never changed, they never grew, they never put forth the work, they have no intentionality, they have no vision for their purpose, right? Where there's no vision, the people perish. And you're hosting those relationships, you can tell you're moving in unforgiveness because their job, their assignment is to make sure that you stay in that realm of thought. And so that's their prison. You keep going to visit them. So every time you go over there, the conversation sounds like, do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember? Girl, you remember when we was in school? Girl, you remember when you were with that guy? Girl, you remember when that girl did this? Girl, do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember? Why aren't you having forward moving conversations? Why are your conversations stuck? Why are you sticking yourself to people that have history with you? Why aren't you moving forward with people that God has brought into your life? Why does everybody in your life got to be people that from your past? And that's good. Like I said, the ones from your past, keep them. God brought them in your life. We bless God. But I'm talking about, why is it that it's hard for you to have new friends? Why is it hard for you to have new friends? Why does all of your conversations got to be, do you remember? Your old friends see certain parts of you, but sometimes God will send people to pour into, to pull on, to pull out, or to even benefit from parts of you that they can't see. It's a lot I want to preach, but I'm like, I don't know if you're ready. Okay, I'm going to say it because I'm going to say it out loud. Did you know therapy? I highly recommend getting therapy. But did you know God is strategic? Did you know that if you would build the relationships God wanted you to build, you wouldn't need half of the therapy that you need? Give up a relational acuity. You wouldn't need half of the therapy that you need because you would have people in your life that were pouring into those areas of your life. But because of your insecurity, because of your paranoia, because of your fear, those areas are left vacant. And when they're left vacant, you go through attacks in those areas. And consequently, you got to get a therapist for those areas because there's no light over there. There's nobody over there to pour. There's nobody over there to help rearrange the information that you take in. There's nobody over there. Why? Because a lot of times I can say, from my generation, I can say, I have wrestled with trust issues. I have wrestled with them strong, right? I've wrestled with trust issues when it comes down to people. I don't be wanting to build new relationships. I be like, you know what? I'm good as I am. But I don't let those issues dictate how I move. Meaning, even though I can hear the thought and I can be like, man, I don't feel like doing it. At the end of the day, if God sends somebody into my life, I'm going to let it, I'm going to build. I'm tasting the spirit. I'm praying. But at this, I'm not going to block it. I'm not going to block it. Why? Because there may be something that's a deficit in my life that God is using this person to come and pour into that deficit so that I can step into my next level. Sherry, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. And I don't want to sit up there and be like, because you don't understand what my old friend did to me, and you don't understand what the old dude did to me. No, at the end of the day, relationships, there has to be a level of vulnerability. That means I'm giving you, when you give a person access, you're giving people the ability to hurt you, to betray you. None of us want to do that, honestly, unless you're an extrovert. Actually, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. Unless you're an extrovert, y'all be moving wild out here in these streets. Unless you're an extrovert, you be trying to give everybody a chance. But for the most part, many of us, we don't want to go through that. You don't want to go through that. It can be relatively traumatic, but you got to take the risk. You got to take the risk. How to select healthy friendship. Will do. Get my book, Relational Acuity, Ashley. I'm telling you right now, that question is answered in that book. Get the 5-part series. It'll bless your life. I tell you, that book is it's the most slept on book that I got. And maybe because I didn't advertise it a lot when I released it, but it's the most slept on book that I got. And that book right there is filled with relationship advice. It is filled. It be the extroverts I'm trying to tell you. They be out here wilding out. I'm talking about when I was, you go to a church, right? You go to a church or you go to any public area where people get access to you. The extroverts are the ones that come up. Hey, ooh, gosh. Hi. Nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, girl, we got to do lunch. You like, good God. But you got to give yourself a chance, right? Give people a chance. You got to give people a chance. Pray about them. I've learned prayer works, right? Pray about them. God, if this person is not supposed to be in my life, Father, put a block there. I don't want people to have access to me that you don't want to have access to me. And I don't want to have access to people that you don't want me to have access to. All right. So in the name of Jesus Christ and God, if you did call this person into my life, let her operate only in the role that you assigned her to. And let me operate only in the role you assigned me to in her life. That's prayers I pray. In other words, I don't want to take somebody and say bestie, and God said, that's your mentee or that's your mentor. Because then I'll miss the flow. I'll miss the pour. So if God is saying, I want this person to come and pour into your life, I don't want to have blocked that pour because I'm trying to make her my bestie. I've learned, when I tell you, I've learned to pray. All right. But most of your conversations start with, do you remember? It's always history. You have very little forward moving conversations. All right. Number 16 is similar to number 15, no new friends. So we're not going to stay there. No new friends. That is a sign that you're moving in unforgiveness. It's because you're afraid of the new. So you're comfortable with the old. You settle with the old. You say this is good enough. So again, make sure you pray on that. Make sure you pray on that, because when God wants to bring a new thing into your life, sometimes he brings new people. When he wants to do a new thing in your life, sometimes he brings new people. And sometimes we can block those people. I'm menacing to me. Sometimes we can block those people because of what old people did. But sometimes, catch this, Sometimes, get my book, Relational Acuity. I'm going to say that again. Sometimes the old people in your life, they didn't do you wrong. It's just that you hosted that relationship past its expiration date. There's some relationships that are seasonal and some that are reasonable. Seasonal mean that it was only for a time. Reasonable mean that it was only for a purpose. Seasonal meaning it was only for a time. There was a space of time. Remember, we talked about seasons being a mindset. Reasonable meaning it was only for a purpose. It was only for a purpose. That person came into your life to help you to overcome rejection. That was it. That was all. Okay, I can give you an example. I got a friend, sister in Christ, down in Florida. I haven't talked to her in like 6, 7, 8 years. We ain't talked in a long time. And I remember when I was living in Florida, I was going through a divorce, and I didn't know anybody in Florida. So I remember one day I used to go for my walks every day, and I started praying because I was like, dang, I want a friend. I don't have anybody I can talk to. I had a couple of friends. One of my friends, closest friends at the time, lived in Mississippi. I had another close friend that lived in Chicago, but I didn't have any local friends. And I just remember thinking, dang. And I remember the apartment that was across from me had came empty. And I started fantasizing about like a sister moving over there, somebody who loved the Lord. I wanted her to be single so bad. I don't know why, because I was single. But somebody that loved the Lord, I didn't mind her being in a relationship. But I was like, I started praying and I said, Lord, will you bless me with a friend? I don't need many. I just give me one good friend. That's it. Just one good friend. Teresa, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. One good friend. And I prayed that prayer several times. I got up to go walk my dog one day. And I remember anytime I used to walk my dog, I used to see this older woman. And I was 38 at the time, about 37, 38. And I think she was like 52, 53. But I would see her all the time. And I remember every time I would see this woman walking, I would think, that's how I want to look when I get older. That woman looked good. She looked good. I would see her walking or what have you and think, she is absolutely gorgeous. Never saw her with a guy. And I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with this man. Because she was one of those older women that has a young face, but the white hair. And I remember what her hair was salt and pepper. And she looked at me one day and she did this right here. She gestured for me. I was sitting up there. She gestured for me. And I'm getting ready to listen to Creflo Dollar. I remember. And I looked at her. I didn't have Milo at the time. And I looked and I was like, first she waved at me. I waved at her. And then she was like, and I looked around and I was like, I looked back at her. She said, yeah. So I went and I started walking with her. And that was seasonal and reasonable. I could say it was both. I would say more it was reasonable than anything. The whole time I was in Florida, this woman turned out to be nothing but a blessing. Nothing but a blessing. I'm talking about I was a blessing to her. She was a blessing to me. One of the things that she did, and then, which is what made me start feeling like I needed older friends. Because younger people will try to pressure you doing stuff that you really don't want to do, and I don't like that. But one of the things I loved about her was she kind of discovered quick, because she was an extrovert. She discovered that I was an introvert. She didn't put pressure on me, right? I was so used to people saying, come out, you never want to get mad at it. I'm like, shut up. I don't want to go. Leave me alone. I said, I don't want to go. Leave it alone. But I told her about my daddy-daughter days with God. And, I was like, yeah, I go out every Saturday. She was like, can I come? I said, yeah, sure. She said, you can hang out on Saturdays and stuff. She would come with me on some of my daddy-daughter days. And other times she was like, hey, yeah, no, I'm not going. Or what have you. I would say I go on 4 daddy-daughter days a month. She would come on maybe 1 or 2 of them. And she would invite me to come hang out with her and her friends. She was like, yeah, me and my girls, we going to go here. We doing here. And I'm like, nah, I'm gonna stay home. And she was like, okay, no problem. And then she told me one day, she said, I kind of caught on. She said, if I say my friends are coming, what have you, you're not gonna come. I said, and I didn't know the term introvert at the time. And for me, it was just like, I know her, I don't know them. I don't know them. So one thing I came, I love 50 plus girlies, right? One thing I came to realize in that time was what I needed in a friend. I came to realize that she had such a calm spirit about her. I needed that calm. I realized that I'm used to going out to eat, right? I'm used to going places, and I'm used to always being that friend. I got the tab, I got this. I'm used to being the person that go to the store, be like, you pick up sweaters, I'm picking up sweaters. I'd be like, throw yours on the counter. I'm used to being that person, right? I'm used to being that. And then here it was, she was that person for me. She was like, We get up there, we were fighting over this head. Every time we went out, she was like, I got it. I'm like, I got it. I got it. We fought over it. And she was that friend of her friends. She was that friend. We started talking about that, right? We started talking about that. I don't know why I was telling that story. Let me see why was I telling that story? Oh, I was talking about no new friends. But she was that person to me. And she would often, like, she'll tell me, yeah, me and my friends, we went here. And she was like, I would have called you and invite you, but I knew you weren't gonna come. I was like, I wasn't gonna come. I said, no, I wasn't gonna come. But I appreciate you for even considering me. She respected who I am. And when I say who I am, I'm not talking about minister. I'm not talking about anything. I'm saying person. She didn't try to put pressure on me. She didn't try to put pressure on me, and I didn't try to put pressure on her. It was just like this mutual respect. And I realized, and at the time, that's when I started thinking, I started thinking to myself, I said, Tiffany, you got an old soul. Because you flow well with older people. You got an old soul. You just chill. You relax. Right? You chill. You relax. But you have that thing, that fear of new friends. You have that fear of new friends. I prayed. I asked God. He brought her into my life. I remember she got to a space because we didn't live too far from each other. She had to work or what have you. And this independent, she was somebody definitely to look up to. But independent, always flying out here, flying out there. I'm talking about I was like, look at her. Got her condo, got her space, what have you, always flying out to making sure she's looking out for nieces, nephews, just being a blessing, what have you. But I'm saying that to say she was and still is a good friend. Even though I haven't talked to her in like 6 or 7 years, I consider her a friend. I still consider her a friend, right? Because every once in a while we reach out, we talk, or whatever. She came into town, she'd be like, we gotta go do lunch, we gotta go do this, we gotta go do that. And I'm like, yeah, cool. But she was more reasonable. What was the reason God sent her? Because I asked. Because I asked. I asked for a friend. God answered that prayer. I asked. That's a reasonable relationship, right? If you have people and you have them in the right position, the right place in your heart, and without the grandness of all these expectations that causes you to get offended, your relationships typically will last a lifetime. When you put all those expectations, I told you I wanted to go here and you didn't want to go, so now I'm mad at you. All those expectations, that's too much. It ends relationships. Ask what on behalf of your spouse. You end those relationships because you put a strain on people, you put a burden on people that people don't want. So there are seasonal relationships and there are reasonable relationships. There are some relationships that you have that'll last you a lifetime, and that's great. There's some of them that they don't have to end. It's just that you'll go 6, 7, 8 years without talking to each other. But it doesn't mean that y'all are enemies. I can tell you right now, I know I can call that woman of God right now without a shadow of doubt. I can call her right now and say, hey, I'm going to be in Florida. And she'd be like, you better not get no hotel. You better come over here. I'll answer that at the end. Remind me to answer that at the end. Because I don't understand it for friendship. To be her friend, I don't understand the question. If you're asking to be her friend, yes, you can ask. No new friends. You don't want no new friends. Number 17, self-isolation. Self-isolation is a sign of unforgiveness. You're afraid of people. You're afraid of what they're going to do. You get afraid of people's humanity. And when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you from a place of experience as well. I was afraid of people's humanity, right? I could see your beauty, but I know some ugly stuff in there too. If she doesn't have many friends and she needs some friends, yeah, you can intercede for her. I see her on Facebook, Kajan. Self-isolation. It'll make you not want to have any relationships altogether because you're afraid of people's humanity. You're afraid of their humanity. You're afraid of what they're going to do to you, what they're going to say about you. You'll start to develop the mentality that it's going to fail anyhow. And then if it fails, when it comes down to my friends, I have a tendency to give a little bit more of myself, like intimate details, What would they do with those details? Why do I want to build a friendship and give people intimate access to me only for them to turn around and use what I told them about me and try to destroy me with it or try to control me with it? What is the point of giving them access to me for them to only try to destroy me? Well, here's the problem. The issue isn't that people are going to come in and get intimate with you and take the information and use it to destroy you. The problem is this: you just give up way too much too soon. Take your time. That's why I like the older generation. Take your time. Everything don't have to happen overnight. For me, I've learned to take my time in relationships. I feel like this: if God sent you to me and He sent me to you, we got the rest of our lives. I don't know anything about paddle therapy. I don't know what that is. Self-isolation. Rather than you going and healing and learning how to have relationships, you just take yourself off the market altogether. Take your time. Do like the older generations do. They take their time. They're not trying to rush and call you a bestie and stuff like that. Talk about the woman that got down in Florida. She took her time. We got to know each other. We hung out, all of that stuff. She took her time. I could tell when we started talking, whenever we would talk about things, you could tell whenever I hit an area that we didn't necessarily agree on or what have you. But she was mature enough to understand that don't mean we enemies. And I was mature enough to understand that's what I flow well with older people. Because you can disagree and not be mad at each other. Younger folks, y'all don't know how to disagree. Y'all done cut folks off because of the presidential election. You voting for who? You don't know how to have relationships where everybody's not a copy and paste of you. Self-isolation. Number 18, this is a sign that you're moving on forgiveness, right? You frequently put people on punishment when you don't get your way. You frequently put people on punishment when you don't get your way. Punishment can look like breaking a pattern. So I'm going to show you this is toxic and narcissistic. If you establish a pattern and then you break it. If you establish a pattern and then you break it. So let's say, for example, your pattern was one way I can discern a narcissistic male, right? He starts a pattern of sending me a good morning text. Every morning. Good morning, beautiful. Good morning, gorgeous. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And I get to the point where I kind of expect it. Like I wake up in the morning and I'm like, I talk to the Lord, I pray. And then when I roll over to grab my phone, I already know I'm going to see that good morning text. But for whatever reason, I ain't got that text. Because I made him mad yesterday. So now I ain't got my good morning text. What's up with that? But I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, right? Because life happens to us all. But I know I get a noon text. Lunchtime, right? When I go on my break, I get a noon text. Noon, I don't get a text. That's punishment. That's punishment. If I never told you anything, learn healthy communication. Because you never want to torture a person into giving you their way. In other words, you don't want to make them agonize and be scared and fearful because it's like threatening them. Like, I'm going to show you what it feels like to not have my presence. Healthy communication. And part of healthy communication is understanding that you won't get your way all the time. Right? Part of healthy, this is what I was talking about the older generation. They know how to disagree. You can sit up and disagree, and it's not that big of a deal. Younger generation don't know how to disagree. Don't know how to sit back and say, I think about a situation immediately that pops up in my mind. Somebody sent me to counseling over a decade ago, right? Was it a decade? Yeah, about a decade ago. And she was telling me that her boyfriend would put her on punishment. Every time, he would tell her every time they had a disagreement, he would tell her, I need to consecrate. So I'm not going to be talking to you. And I said, you need to cut ties with him. He ain't healed yet. I said, he's not healed yet. He's putting you on punishment. He's teaching you a lesson. He's withdrawing his presence from you to teach you a lesson. Not caring if that's agonizing for you, that's fearful, rather than learning how to communicate and learning how to sit back and say, we just don't agree. We just don't agree. When I was married, I don't, some foods I don't eat, right? I don't eat seafood. Just personal. I mean, I may eat fish every once in a blue moon, but I've never eaten shrimp before, and I'm not going to eat it. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. Don't come for me. If you want to come for me, you can come for me in the comment section, but you got to send me $500 in order to come for me. All right. But I don't eat lobster. I don't eat shrimp. I don't eat, what is that other critter? Crabs. I don't eat that stuff. When I was married, my ex did. So I still cooked it for him. I learned how to cook it. I cooked it for him, but I not cooked something else for myself. I would cook that for him, but I try to, give him something else. I couldn't sit there and say, but I want chicken. And be like, well, Tiffany, you want chicken every day? Yeah, but I'm just saying I eat chicken. So you want me to go cook what? Well, forget it. I'm just not going to cook at all. How narcissistic is that? Call it a critter shade, right? How narcissistic is that? Right. How narcissistic is that? No. What I did was I learned, okay, here's a man that he want to eat seafood. It's thank the high heaven to me, but I'm going to learn to cook these bugs for him, right? I'm going to cook these bugs. I'm going to watch him cook it. I'm going to watch the people that know him cook it. I'm going to find out what he wants. I'm going to look up recipes, all of that stuff. I'm going to cook these bugs for him. Then I'm going to cook me another plate. Just because we couldn't agree on the menu doesn't mean that there couldn't be a menu. It just means that I had to double cook. The smell is atrocious. It's like an underwater toilet under the sea. But I'm saying that to say you got to learn how to disagree. You got to learn how to not punish people because they say alpha and you say omega. You got to learn not to punish people just because you don't agree with them. Now, I know some things affect you and it affect them as well. And sometimes it could have those type of conversations. You got to learn to sit down and you got to get understanding. You got to, right, those are marine spirits. And them bugs, I'm telling you, roaches of the sea. But you got to make sure that you take the time out and I got to hear this person out. And then I have to make it up in my mind before we go into the conversation that we're not leaving this conversation enemies. Baby, that's maturity. We're not leaving this conversation with any rap. Like, at the end of the day, that's your opinion. And I'm going to tell you something. Let me tell you when you really grow up in that thing. When you learn how to joke about your differences. When you learn how to joke about your differences. I'll give an example. We talked about toilet seat up, toilet seat down. Dude keep leaving the toilet seat up. You could talk to him. You could say, "Hey, could you stop doing it? Could you stop doing it?" Right? Then you find if it's a pattern, if it's a struggle of his, to forget to remember to do it. Then you find a way to make it funny. Right? Let me think of something creative I can think of to kind of stop him from doing it. Give me a second. He keeps leaving the toilet seat up. We're married, and I told him to put it down. I done fell into the toilet a couple of times. He don't listen to me. Oh, I got an idea. I'm gonna try to put something clear in the toilet, like saran wrap. I'm gonna see if I can stretch it out because he ain't gonna pay attention to it anyway. Maybe put some pee on top of it or something. Put something yellow, not pee, but put something on top so when he pee, to splash back on him. What you gonna think of something to do to him? No, he come out there, Tiffany. You don't like how that feel to be in pee. You don't like how it feel, right? Hope that none of that pee get in your mouth. I actually hope it did get in your mouth. Because I told you to put that seed down. I done told you to put that seed down. You left it up. Or maybe I can create an invention. I could do something to just remind him. It doesn't have to turn into a fight. Disagreements don't have to be fights. Well, I be in the house. Disagreements don't have to be fights. It could be, well, okay, come let us reason together. This is what I feel. No, you would believe that. Now I understand. I understand why you believe that. And it's funny. All right, be petty with it. Have fun. Be petty with it. Y'all, I'm trying to tell you, it doesn't have to be a fight. I'm a practical jokester. You can sit here and you can tell me that, let's say, let me think of something I don't agree with. You can tell me I eat crawfish, Tiffany, and I feel like people that don't eat crawfish, the issue with them is that's trauma. And I'm like, it's not trauma. I just don't want to eat it. I don't want to eat it. It's weird looking. I used to catch crawfish when I was in Mississippi, right? It's like crawfish capital, right? And so when I was there, when the floods were, when it would overflow, I would see them things in the street. I got a chance to smell them when they were dead. I want nothing to do with them. I cannot conceptualize putting those things in my mouth. Well, I feel like this. For me, I can laugh about it. And I can joke about it. I can say, well, I can understand why you would put something like that in your mouth because you was dating Troy. And I'm gonna tell you something. That man did not wash. I remember getting around. You brought that man around one time, and I know I smelled unfreshness. Some unfreshness. Yeah. And you weren't living the kingdom life when you was with Troy, so you put weird things in your mouth. Me, I'm that person. I'm sorry. I can crack with you, and not me, no harm. Not trying to be, well, I mean, trying to be funny, but between us, because at the end of the day, I don't see a reason to fight. I'm just that person. I really don't see a reason to fight most of the time. Me, I'm just gonna crack a joke with it. Yeah, I don't see a reason to fight. We can disagree and we can laugh about it. You eating crawfish, and I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I'm gonna get back on the road with the revelation. Forgive me for my stories. There was this woman that used to work with us, and I got to give her a nickname. When I worked at Walmart, she used to work with us, and I was a big practical jokester. I was major when it came to practical jokes. On the people that I work with, my friends and stuff like that. This lady was older, and she was a friend, like an auntie of one of my friends, a friend of one of my friends. She was an older white woman, and I remember she was short like me, and I used to play jokes on her all the time because she would be so serious. And one particular day, forgive me, guys, this is when I was a young girl. Okay, it is something it's insensitive. She came over there. She said, "Hey Tiff, you want to go get Chinese food?" I said, "No, I don't want to eat Fido." She was like, "What?" Because I didn't like Chinese food back then. She was like, "Fido." I said, "Girl, you don't know there'll be no loose dogs around there. How they got like, all these Chinese restaurants in the hood and ain't no strays around there?" She said, "What are you saying?" I was like, "That ain't chicken." I said, I said, "That ain't chicken." And she was like, and she was getting offended. She was getting offended. She was like, "You always say the most off the wall stuff." I said, "That ain't chicken." I said, and I'm just trying to get you to understand that when you go over there and you getting that pork and stuff like that. I said, "That's Lassie." She got mad. She got mad and she stormed off, literally stormed off. And she turned back around and she came back and she says, "Furthermore, because I know you're going to get chicken." Furthermore, because I know you're going to get chicken. And she said, "Do you know that chickens can't pee?" This is when I learned chickens don't pee. She said the urine it comes through their flesh. So you think about that the next time. And she didn't want the Chinese food anymore. She said it comes through their flesh. So next time you think about that, the next time you're eating chicken. I don't know why I told that story, but it was funny. You say you make your own fried rice, but it was funny. But the thing about it was, she was an older woman. Even though she got mad, she wasn't mad long. She wasn't mad long. She came back around there, and she was like, the next day I saw her. I think she was like, I was so pissed with you, Tiffany. Man, I really wanted Chinese. You can't ruin my appetite. I can tell you stories. I can tell you stories and stuff that we used to do. Practical jokes. I'm not gonna tell you a story, but I remember one time I pulled a practical joke on her so sinister that she chased me around Walmart, and she was in her 50s. I was in my 20s, and I learned these videos they were built different because I was expecting her to get tired after one lap. I ran for like 5-10 minutes, and that child did not stop chasing me. Every time I look back, she did not stop chasing me. I was in my 20s, early 20s at that. She was in her 50s. And I look back, I'm talking about like 7'5", whatever. I was still into the chase. I'm running out of breath. And she's still running around racks. I was like, I was determined not to get caught. All right. I'll tell that. I'll tell that story another day. But I'm just saying, you got to learn how to have relationships without there being like, you don't agree with me, so I'm angry with you. And I'm specifically speaking, mainly speaking to the Black community, because control is major in the Black community. Sorry. Control is major in the Black community. Wanting to control other people, getting mad at other people because they don't agree with you, that's a problem in the Black community. All right. And I don't know if it's in the white community. I can only speak for the Black community. I can say in the Black community, I know it's strong. It's a strong issue. I laughed the whole run until I started running out of breath. I had to stop laughing because I couldn't breathe. And I don't remember how I got rid of her. I don't know if I just let her catch me and beat me, but I just remember laughing. But no matter what, we all have that type of relationship where we just different. Everybody's different, and everybody had the permission, the green light, and the ability to be different. And I think some of the most gifted people tend to isolate themselves because they know that they're different, and they know, and they've come to experience the limitations of people. Most people don't know how to deal with people who are different. Sorry. Most people don't know how to deal with people who they don't agree with. They're so used to everybody being uniform. They're so used to everybody being a carbon copy of another person. And then when you come across somebody that does not agree with 75% of what you say, you don't do that. At the end of the day, it's an opportunity to get a different perspective. Baby, that's wisdom. It's an opportunity to see things from a different perspective. I want to get the scope of revelation. I don't want to be tunnel vision. Okay, I'm gonna move on. But self-isolation is a sign that you have not forgiven. You have not forgiven. You haven't gotten the wisdom out of the situations that you were in. So consequently, you're trying to avoid those situations altogether rather than getting the wisdom so that you can learn how to navigate relationships, learn who to bring close, and then learn who not to bring close, learn the difference between a seasonal relationship and a reasonable relationship, learn about in my book, Relational Acuity, I talk about intimate relationships versus what is the word I use? Is a word I use. But I talk about the different proximities as it relates to relationships and how some person can spiral out of your life, but it doesn't mean that they're your enemy. That means that we're not close, but we used to be close, but we're not close anymore because we're in different places. But if you're mature enough, you can respect the space that they're in. They can respect the space that you're in, and there's no problem. Thank you, Sister Britt. There's no problem. But when you're not mature like that, it's a problem for you because you think you read into that, right? You read into that. Oh, she don't call me no more. What you calling her? All right, let's move on. Number 19, you routinely remind people of the wrongs they've done to you. This is especially true whenever y'all having an argument or a disagreement. You routinely remind people of the wrongs they've done to you. Love keeps no record of wrongs. That means that you have not been perfected in love. The word perfected there means mature. You have not matured. You routinely remind people of the wrongs they've done to you. Her fried fish is fried pea. That's what she told me. She ran away and came right back, and she was like, and furthermore, and she came back. I want to tell that story so bad. I'm probably gonna tell it on TikTok. And the day that she chased me around that store, oh God, I used to play practical jokes on everybody in the store. Well, not everybody that was in my department, my friends. I used to play practical jokes. I was the jokester. I was the one that was doing stuff to But nothing malicious, nothing, it was just more so all of us would just laugh about it. We would laugh about it. But you routinely remind people of the wrongs they've done to you. Like you're constantly reminding people you did this, you did that, and that's the reason why. No, you got to learn to have a heart of moving on. You got to learn not to baptize people's head. It's just like this concept of whenever you're house training a dog, that you hold his head in the pee. You don't do that. That's nasty. I don't know if a dog has ever worked on a dog. I don't know where that concept come from. That's what you're doing with your friends. You're trying to hold their head or force them to look at something that they did to you or they didn't do for you, in an attempt to get them to not do it again or to hold some type of control or to get some type of leverage in the conversation that you're currently having with them. You're trying to get some leverage, right? You routinely remind people of the wrongs they've done to you instead of just sitting back and just letting bygones be bygones and letting that be the history. For me, when it comes down to people in my life will tell you I don't bring up the past. If you bring it up, we'll talk about it. But I don't go back into the past. Like, you remember you did this to me. You remember the only time I've done that. I think about just a couple of sisters in Christ I've had that were repeatedly doing stuff, and I'm like, you did that the last time, and I asked you to stop, and you did it again, and I asked you to stop, and I'm letting you know right off the bat, we ain't gonna keep doing this because I don't do that to you, and we're not gonna keep doing this, right? But as far as taking somebody's head, because that's a form of control, that's trying to get control over. If taking somebody's head and baptizing them in the situation and saying, "Look, remember you did this to me," that's torment. That's torment. Number 20, you simply don't like people. That's a sign you're moving in unforgiveness. You simply don't like people. That was me in 2018. I was in ministry. I love God's people, but I remember one time I started thinking to myself, I don't think I like people. That was a sign. And you couldn't have told me that I wasn't moving in unforgiveness. Around the time that I talked about in the last video, those ladies prayed for me. And it was like the Lord said, you're moving in unforgiveness. All right. This was before then. I literally had a thought, and I started thinking, I don't like people. I didn't realize there was unforgiveness. I just thought people are just messed up. Like, I love them. I want people to go to heaven. I want them to their life to be good. I take pleasure in watching people do well and prosper in life. I'm not a person. I don't struggle with hatership and stuff like that. I get excited when people do well. I get excited when good things happen for people, right? I get overly excited. But when I said I didn't like people, I realized that honestly, what I was saying, I didn't like people for me. I remember I was saying, I didn't like people for me. I like them. You stay over there, baby. I love you. God bless you. But I didn't want people in close proximity to me. Catch this. Because a lot of unforgiveness comes from you repeatedly placing yourself in the same environments. And so you start thinking that everybody is like the people that you keep hosting in your life. Consequently, you don't want to deal with nobody because you feel like you are at your capacity with the foolishness or you reached your capacity with those people. Does that make sense? You start feeling like everybody. And so for me, the way I remember when I got therapy about it, the way that I described it is I feel like with me, I need the ability to stretch out. And I feel like most people have this very constricting, like, you got to be this. This is what I need you to be in my life. And it's like, okay, I don't want to be inside of a bubble with a person where, because I'm gonna get frustrated, I'm gonna get rid of them. I'll cut them off because I don't like being restricted. I don't want this to be my only responsibility. If you call me your friend, I need the ability to be Tiffany. I need the ability to stretch out my legs and say, I'm an animal lover. I don't need to hear, you like animals, girl. You be letting that dog on your couch, I sure do. It couldn't be me. I don't want them type of people around me because they're very, very limited And limited people who have limited mindsets have limited income. Call me a lie. If you call me a lie, you got to give me $700. Oh, cash app. I didn't want to have nobody in my life that came in with a constricting view of me because it made me feel tight. It made me feel wrapped up and constricted, and I don't like that. And I had to realize that I was talking about the type of people that I grew up around, the communities I grew up in. And I was talking about the type of people that I attracted to myself because that was familiar to me at some point in my life. While I didn't like it, I attracted those type of people and I felt comfortable around those type of people. And eventually over the course of time, I had to realize everybody is not constrictive. Some people have the same thing. You got to let them stretch their legs, and you got to stretch your legs, right? Yeah, y'all can be who you are. You can just be the totality of who you are. But some people are very restrictive, and with that, this is why you take your time in getting to know people, so you don't go and put a label on a relationship until you've gotten it. You don't put a label on a relationship. You let the relationship label itself. It's what I came to learn over time. You don't put a label on the relationship. You let the relationship announce to you what it is. Get my book, Relational Acuity. It's going to bless your life. I'm going to keep saying that. You let the relationship tell you what it is over time. So rather than me saying, you're my bestie, over the course of time, based on our interactions, based on this, we can identify, oh, we're pretty close. You're a good friend. You're a close friend of mine. As opposed to me sitting up there saying from a hopeful place because we had a great conversation, we had a great time. Oh, girl, I done told you everything about my life. I done told you everything from the rooter to the tutor. You're my bestie. Wrong label always equals disappointment. I liken it this way in the book. Brother Christopher, thank you. God bless you. I liken it this way in the book. You probably heard me say this on the channel before. Imagine going to the store. You buy 3 things in cans. They got a clearance sale going, right? And they got canned foods at the front. Let's say you're in your local Kroger. They got some canned foods at the front, but ain't no labels on them because something happened where the labels came out. Maybe there was a flood and it soaked the labels and they got too what have you. So they just set up there and they're like, we don't know what's what, right? By the time we got this stuff, it was a flood when it was on its way here, and so we clearancing this stuff out 10 cents a can. And you're like, oh, and they said, well, we can tell you is that there are carrots in one can. There's corn in another can, and there's green beans in another can. And you say, well, cool, I eat all 3. So I'm going to buy 30 cans of each, right? 30 cans of each with $3 each. That's $9 total, right? So I got 90 cans. I'm having a good space. And I take those cans home. But before I go, the cashier gives me bad information. She says, well, I got a lot of cans at home, and I always shake my cans. And I'm able to tell you, I can tell you, like, right here, you hear that? You see how you can hear that squishiness? It's the corn. It feels full, but it's kind of got a squish to it. That's how you know it's the corn. She grabs another can and she said, this one, green peas. You can't hear nothing. You can't hear nothing. See, when you can't hear nothing. You feel the stuff moving, but these green peas. Then she grab another one and she say, this one, carrots. Because you can hear it feels like it sounds heavier. You're like, oh, thank you. So you go home and you do the shake test. 90 cans. You sit in your living room. Green peas. Green peas again. Definitely corn. Corn. I heard all squish. Then you get another can. And then you like carrots. And before long, you're finished. One day, and you don't like to waste food. One day, you get up, you say, man, I really want me some carrots. I want carrots and baked chicken. And you go up in there to get your carrots and your baked chicken. You go in there and you got the can and you got the label on it that says carrots. And you put your baked chicken in the oven and you cook it and it get ready to get done. And while it's getting ready to get done, about 5 minutes before it get done, you pop open what you thought were carrots and you open it up and it's green peas. What do you feel? What do you feel? Disappointment. Can't throw it away. You're not trying to throw it away because you paid for it, right? It's a pretty good product in there. There's nothing wrong with it. But you didn't get what you thought you was going to get, which makes you question every other can. Makes you question all your friends, right? Are y'all my friends really too? Makes you question everything because I was sure that this was carrot. This was carrots. And I done opened this up and it's not carrots. It's green peas. Now I'm hurt. Now I don't trust none of the cans on the shelf. I don't trust me to choose anymore. Because obviously I didn't do the shake test right, or that girl gave me bad information. Either way, I'm sitting here looking at green peas and I want nothing to do with green peas. So then you pour the green peas into a plastic container and put it in the refrigerator and you go grab another can that says carrots. You open it up, it's corn. What do you feel? Disappointment. So then you sit up over there, oh man, I don't want to ruin this food. You grab another plastic container and you pour it in there. If you keep doing that, you ain't gonna trust nothing on the shelf. You already know now we're playing Russian roulette with my food. I don't know what I'm getting. I have no idea what I'm gonna get. So now you end up with trust issues. Even though everything on that shelf is good, it's just that you've been disappointed so much that now you probably don't even eat from what you got at home. Now you're eating out. You go into the store, you buying carrot. You were doing Instacart carrots with labels on them. Anytime you put the wrong label on a relationship, disappointment is inevitable. Some relationships, I said this before, was set covenant relationships, kingdom relationships. In most cases, was set to last a lifetime. The problem is when they expired, you didn't recognize it, or you had them too close. You put the wrong label on them. You said bestie when God said that's your sister. And had that been your sister in Christ, she would have been better than a bestie to you. There would have been a kingdom. It would have been good. It would have been beneficial. You would have seen growth. It's a lot that would have taken place. But you were locked in your mind. This is who she needs to be to me, based on your void, based on your rejection, based on a need that you had in your life. So now you're walking around in unforgiveness, and that starts to impact all of your relationships, because now I can't trust nobody, because every time I put a label on a relationship, I ended up disappointed. That's not a reflection on people externally. That's a reflection on you. I'm talking to me. If I don't talk to you, I'm talking to me. That's a reflection on you. That's a reflection on you putting up the wrong labels and not taking your time. And then just letting it be what it is. So I got this. This blessed me. I got all these cans for 10 cents each. I paid $9 for 90 cans. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be grateful for it. And I'm going to just take the time out. And whatever I get, I get. And I'm going to be grateful for whatever I open that can and see. I'm going to open that can. I hope these are carrots. Be carrot. Corn. All right, I'm going to eat the corn. Or if I don't want the corn, and I'm determined not to get the corn, then I'm put it in a plastic container, put it in the refrigerator, and I'm going to keep opening until I get carrots. But I ain't going to complain about the stuff I open. Because I told myself, I don't know what capabilities they have. I don't know what strength, what gifts. I don't know the entirety or totality of who they are. God's going to reveal them over time. But the only thing I do know is that God put her in my life, or God put him in my life. That's what I know. And that's all I need to know right now. Sorry, I know I went off into another whole rabbit hole or what have you, but that's just my passion. Relationships are a passion of mine. Even though I don't build a lot of them and I don't always build them great, one thing I can say is that I've learned a lot over the years. And the ones I do have, they are lifetime friends. But you simply don't like people. And that's a sign that you have not forgiven and you have not taken accountability. Because you can't forgive until you take accountability. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to say it into your good ear. All right. If both of your ears good, hear it in both of your ears. You cannot truly heal or forgive until you take accountability. You got to find you in the equation. You got to find you in the equation. At the end of the day, every failed relationship I've ever been a part of, it wasn't in totality that person's fault. It wasn't. I take responsibility for my role in it. And I tell people that, hey, I take my responsibility. Even if the person is 98% wrong, I'm probably still 2% wrong. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I take responsibility, because when you take responsibility, that's what helps you to grow and not make that mistake again. When you don't take responsibility, when you just hyper fixate on what the person did or the fatal blow that was dealt to the relationship, whether they dealt the fatal blow or you did, let's say they dealt the fatal blow. If you focus on the fatal blow, you'll miss the meat of the message. You'll miss the rest of it because you'll be focusing on the fatal blow. She went and I let her in my house, and she came over there, and she knew that my husband was going to be home, and she came up in there and she was wearing this outfit, or her tickle bitties were out, right? And I don't even know why she tried to have them things out. They lopsided anyhow. One of them looked like it's been blown out and stuff, and she got the audacity to have a one-sided push-up bra. And she came over there, and then she walking around the house trying to switch and stuff like that, and she ain't got no booty. I'm like, girl, where you got that booty from? I'm wondering why she got this tight dress on. I ain't never the girl always been flat at the back, but why she what's going on? But then I realized, I was like, hold up, come here, girl, because we close like that. I went pat a booty, girl, got on a butt pad. We didn't went out to the club. We didn't went a lot of places, but not the club, because you say. But we didn't went a lot of places, and I ain't never seen her wear a butt pad. Why she want to wear a butt pad to my house? Why she wearing a butt pad to my house? Doesn't mean you got to cut her off, yep. Because she out to your man. All right, that ain't a friend. That's an assassin. However, take accountability. You saw it. You saw it. Tell the truth. You saw it. You'd have been out with her before you'd have seen her flirting with other people's men, but it was okay because it was yours. You saw her standing up in the associate pastor's face, knowing he got a wife. Talking about some. I've been having problems. You saw it. She didn't respect relationships. Baby, just because she's your friend don't mean she gonna respect your relationship. No, that's an issue of the heart. She didn't respect your relationship because she don't respect relationships altogether. The day that you find out about it, when you finally cut ties with her, realistically speaking, isn't the day you realize what type of person she was. It's the day you realize that you've been gaslighting yourself and ignoring God. The lesson in it is to stop. Because maybe she was a can. Maybe God sent you to minister to her. That was it. You weren't supposed to be nothing else to her. He sent you to minister to her, but she flattered the crap out of you. And you let her come in. And then you ignored every red flag. Because you thought you was at the circus. Right? Why butt pads it up all day? You came up in there wearing a big old butt pad. You sitting up over there like, what the heck? She didn't pass by you? Your butt pad twisted. Okay. And you not getting on the butt pad. Because your booty ain't like that. Girl, what the heck going on with you? Why you coming over my house with a butt pad on? Why? I just got it in. I placed an order on Temu last week and it came in pretty fast and I just wanted to try it out. But why my house? Because I ain't nowhere near insecure, but that's just some weird stuff to me. You don't come over here with your Temu butt pad. That's why it's twisted. It ain't twisted. Your booty uneven like your breast. Don't come over here with that. Number 21. Signs that you are in unforgiveness or you wrestle with unforgiveness. You have not forgiven the people that have hurt you, betrayed you, persecuted you, abandoned you, and did you wrong. What was 21? You wrestle with addiction. You wrestle with addiction. Addiction is almost going to always be a sign of unforgiveness. As you have not processed events that have taken place in your life And now you're coping with them because a spirit called memory recall is tormenting you. And whenever you're living in a moment, whenever you're trying to live in a moment, it inundates you with fear. Tell me if I'm lying. It inundates you with fear of the future, fear of what's going to happen, fear of what's going to fail, fear of who's going to lose who's going to leave you, or what you're going to lose. It tells you ain't got enough money to pay this bill, or what have you. It torments you. That's whenever you're trying to live in the present. But then anytime you're having to, escape the present, you had to go into the past. And now you're thinking about events and crying, and you're depressed and sad because you remember all the people that left you and talked about you and wronged you, people you did right to. And then the next thing you know, you find a coping mechanism. You find a coping mechanism. See, here's the thing. God said, cast your burden upon me. When you don't cast it upon him, you carry it. When you carry it, you need to cope because your soul can't handle it. So anytime you're doing that, it has everything to do with the fact that there was an event that took place in your life that you got hurt and you still don't understand it. You still haven't processed it. And because they hated you, because they mishandled you, you are now treating yourself how they treated you. You didn't like me. You think I'm worth it? Better off dead? Okay, I'm a drink. I'll take myself out. I'm still trying to show you that what you did to me hurt. Even if you're no longer a part of my life, I'm still, and most of the times it's a response to several people that have hurt you. See what y'all did? See what y'all did? Rather than sitting back and understanding, if I never told you nothing, you're going to come in contact with a lot of the wrong people. It just happens. You could be a beautiful soul. You're going to come in contact with the wrong people. Okay? And they're going to do the wrong things. Many of you were raised into a household with parents that were toxic and broken. They did the wrong things. It does not mean that that's going to be the totality of your life. You got to be willing to let go of the pain and the expectation, because you can't let go of the pain until you let go of the expectation. I can sit there. It's like, for example, you're expecting your parent to apologize, or you're expecting them to finally turn out to be the parent that you needed them to be. They'll probably never be that. You got to make peace with that. You got to know the pattern. You have to put more hope in the pattern than you do in their potential. I'm not going to focus on your potential. I look at your pattern. I look at your pattern. If you got a pattern of cussing me out or ghosting me whenever you get mad, I know you're going to keep doing it. So then I'm going to count the cost. I'm going to ask myself, do I want to keep dealing with this? Because you ain't going to stop. Because only what you do for God will last. You're not going to stop that, because that's your coping mechanism. That's just how you handle people. That's how you handle life. You may have a little twinge of control up in there that you haven't dealt with. Okay, cool. That's from your trauma. I have to make a decision as to whether I want to deal with it. Now, I can tell you as a person, I love you. Hey, listen, you got a problem with control. I don't like that. You keep doing this. Like when I told you this, you did that. Could you please not do that? I'm not saying this, I'm mad at you. I'm asking you, please go work on that. Please go get that out of you, because I can't cope with that. I don't want to be controlled. I want to have free flowing relationships that are led by God. I don't want to be on eggshells so that you don't get mad at me. I just don't want to live like that. And I can't live like that. I refuse to live like that. Sorry. Somebody who cares, they'll be like, oh God, I didn't realize I was like that. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna work on that. Somebody who don't care, don't have ears to hear. They're gonna yell. Don't go home and cry and go into depression and then find some type of substance or find something, a coping mechanism to deal with it, and then go back around that person and be like, all I ever wanted you to do was just change your way. They ain't gonna change. Somebody needed to hear that. They not. You can pray for them. God can change them if they will themselves. But you have to make peace with who they are, and not who you need them to be, and not who you want them to be. Make peace with who they are and where they are. Meaning, if I know you're narcissistic and controlling, that's what I'm going to tell myself. You're narcissistic and controlling, and I will treat you as such. So if you're a cousin of mine and you're narcissistic and controlling, there's going to be some space there. Now, I want you to heal. I love you. All that. I may not cut ties with you totality, but I'm gonna have some hard boundaries. I'm gonna have some hard boundaries, and there are gonna be penalties for those boundaries. And those boundaries gonna, because bound people hate boundaries. I'm gonna let you know, hey, cuz I'm not dealing with that. Don't do that. Sorry. I'm not gonna sit there and become around you because you were fun to be around, and I had fun with you, and that's the part I'm trying to get to. And I gotta deal with your devils in the midst in order to play with the real you. I gotta play with your devils too. No, if you a package deal, I'm rejecting the package altogether. If you a package deal, it's you and your demons. I'm rejecting the package altogether. I'm gonna tell the package. I'm gonna say, hey, I don't need the package coming to my at my address. I got a PO box. Put it there. I'll deal with you when I don't go to my PO box that often. I'll go deal with that when I want to deal with it. I got to have the space to deal with that. I'll deal with that when I want to deal with that, but I'm still gonna have boundaries. I'm still gonna have boundaries. I'm still gonna enforce my boundaries. I'm still gonna say, and you got to start this with family. I'm still gonna say, hey, no, no. I don't raise my voice at you, and you're not raising your voice at me. We can talk about this healthily, or we can don't talk about it at all. What's it gonna be? You click. And I ain't reading the text message. I ain't listening to the voicemail because you're gonna have to have a grown-up conversation with me. You call me back and you say, hey, I want to apologize for raising my voice. I still don't agree with you. Okay, that's totally fine. But please just don't raise your voice, because I believe we could talk about this. I believe that we could come to some type of resolution. At the end of the day, if we can't come to a resolution, we gotta just love each other enough to agree to disagree. And you're gonna have to go fight for your mind. Cast down imaginations and every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God, and bring into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ. You got to fight for your mind. That spirit of control that tell you that you need to call me back, and it's got to be this way, and you're gonna have to hear. I need to hear you out. You need to fight that thing. Don't come fight me. Go fight the demon. Don't come knuck if you buck with me. Go fight that spirit. You can tell me your opinion. You can tell me your thoughts. You can tell me your insecurities. But you not, yes, definitely. But what you can't do is force me to do what you think I ought to do, even if I'm wrong. Tell me what you think. Tell me if I'm wrong. Let me make my mistake. Right. Let's come to peace. No war. War is not necessary. But y'all hear me? I'm talking grown up in here. Like and share. We're almost done, guys. Like and share. Like and share. I'm talking grown up in here. There's no need for the fighting. It's no need for it. I see all this fighting that people do nowadays. I'm just like, yeah, y'all. It's not necessary. Hey, I don't agree. But let's go out to lunch. Let's go eat. Let's go hang out. Okay, where were we? Number 20, signs you move in unforgiveness. This is number 22. You have bullies and goons on speed dial. You have bullies and goons on speed dial. You revere Jezebel as your protector. You have bullies and goons on speed dial. You got them cousins that you know that they ain't saved, or they got one toe in the church, and they'll take somebody's ghost away from them quick, fast, and in a hurry, that they'll move at your beck and call. And rather than trying to save them, you utilize them whenever you don't get your way. You utilize them whenever somebody's trying to intimidate you. When somebody comes at you with a Jezebel, you call Jezebel. That's a sign that you're not putting your trust in God. You're not trusting Him to be your protector. So you're looking to unclean spirits to protect you. You're looking to people. So it's just like, and you want immediate results. And so let's say, for example, you're having a problem with one of your neighbors, and he happens to be gang related. Um, and he, doing his stuff, and you're a soft, nice person. You ain't into all that stuff. But then you like, hey, you don't know who you're dealing with. I'm just trying to take it back off. I'm trying to take it back off. And you call your cousin Quad in. And you know Quad them ain't saved. And you call Quad, you say, Quad, you like, what up, cuz, man? You know what I'm saying? It's hot as an MF out here because he ain't saved, right? And you just like, yeah. And you just talk to him and what have you. Then you like, he was like, so what's up? What's been up with you, man? I ain't heard from you, man. You know what I'm saying? What's going on? You like, nothing much. Got myself in a little bit of a hair of a situation. He like, what's up? Like my cousin, my neighbor, he gang related. Uh-huh. And he threatened me. He threatened you. Yeah, he threatened me. And your cousin about to pull up. You like, no, I don't need all that. No, cuz I'm about to pull up. That comes from not only unforgiveness, that is an Ahab mentality. Ahab was afraid of Phoenicia. He was afraid of him. Phoenicia was a nation that was going around and slaughtering all these other nations. And Ahab was afraid of Phoenicia. And he did what most countries did whenever they were cowardly. They would go and partner with the enemy nation in an attempt to not be attacked by that nation. They would go and partner with those nations. And God had told Israel not to do that, not to partner with those pagan nations. But yet and still, Ahab decided he didn't want to trust God to be his protector, but instead he wanted to trust to go make a deal with the devil. He can go over there and he can talk to them, talk to Ibal, and make an agreement with Ibal and say, hey, listen, because in situations like that, when you came in as the nation that was making the deal, you came in the submitted place. You came in like, hey, look, don't touch us. We'll go to war with you and to prove ourselves. We get to, you can marry some of our women, we're gonna become one nation, or what have you. But you are the lesser. You are the lesser in that situation. You are the lesser, meaning you're the one that's you're coming in like this. You're coming in like in a bowed position. That's what Ahab did. I, I don't know if y'all ready to hear this. You gotta still love me in the morning. But that is an evidence of an Ahab spirit. Is when you look for a protector. When you remember it throughout it all, every time Ahab got in trouble, he ran to Jezebel. When you look for a protector in other people, or you're out here getting pit bulls and aggressive dogs looking for protection, that is a sign of not only unprocessed pain, unforgiveness, but a fear that has not been dealt with, that has been masked by pride. Now you're walking around, you got you two cane corsos walking around. What's up, y'all? Because you feel safe behind those cane corsos. You feel safe because at some point you didn't feel safe. At some point you didn't feel protected. So now you got a pew pew in your neck. I think you could say it on here. You got a gun, and you got some dogs, and you got some unsaved people in your family that are goons that you can call, or in your neighborhood that you can call. That is a sign that you have not healed. You have not forgiven the people that have hurt you. Because had you forgiven them, you would have processed the situation and gotten a revelation out of there. And the revelation would have been you were associated with the wrong people. The revelation would have been you don't have to go and protect yourself. God is your protector. The revelation would have been, bad association curbs good manners. The association would have been, the revelation would have been make no friends with an angry man unless you learn his ways. You would have got revelation out of that. And what you would have did, you would have positioned yourself accordingly. But when you don't process it, you come out with only the trauma. You come out with only the trauma. And so consequently, with the trauma comes the fear and every other unclean spirit that came with it. And the fear says, you need to go get yourself some aggressive dogs that you really don't care about. Because you're going to have to mismanage them so that they can be aggressive. And you tap into their aggressive nature. Now I want to feed them raw food and I want to do all this other stuff. Then I got to go get myself some guns. And then I got to make sure I'm cool with some of the people that are aggressive. That way, nobody bother me. And it's crazy because you're trying to protect yourself from flesh and blood, not realizing that the war is not against flesh and blood, but against the powers, the principalities, and the rulers of this dark world and spiritual wickedness in high places. You are fighting the wrong fight. You can do all that and have all that protection and end up having a heart attack. And we rebuke that in Jesus' name. That ain't gonna be your story. But I'm saying people can do all that and still have a heart attack. Got all that protection. That demon didn't need a person to get to you when it's already got access to you through you. Doesn't need a person to get to you when it's already got access to you through you, because it's got access in you. It's got real estate in your mind. It doesn't need a person. It can attack you in the comfort of your own home. And if it needs a person, it simply looks for your stronghold. All right? Where were we? Number 23. You find it difficult to hear or obey God. Unforgiveness will always cut you off from hearing God. You find it difficult to hear and obey God. Why? Because you don't feel like God looked out for you, so you feel like you have to look out for yourself. So God becomes second in command in your life. Second in command to you, your opinions, your fears, your thoughts, your insecurities, your plans. You find it difficult to hear and obey God. And when God is not in the right position, then it's not that he's not speaking. It's just that your ears are not tuned in to hear him. And then Leviathan will come and twist. Leviathan will come and stop up your ears, make it hard for you, make it hard for you to hear God. Python will come and give you false revelation and try to pretend to be God. It'll work with Kundalini to give you all that stuff. It makes it hard for you to hear and obey God when you have not forgiven. It makes it hard for you to hear and obey God when you have not forgiven. Let's move on. Number 24, you wrestle with sexual immorality and promiscuity. They found that a lot of women, for example, in an attempt that if they've been molested or sexually assaulted in any way, will start dressing like men to turn men off. They dress like men to turn men off. Right? They'll dress like men. They'll pick up this energy about them to kind of turn men off. And there's a coping mechanism. And some women have been known, like some kids are known to soil themselves. And it's a protective mechanism. All right? Sexual immorality and promiscuity. Whenever you're doing that, what you're doing is you're trying to silence the pain by replacing it with what you thought you needed in the first place. False love. Like you felt like you need love. Even in this moment, I know this guy doesn't love me, but it feels like it because he's saying all the right things. And I get to live in this moment. If I get to live in this moment, this space of time, I get to live in this if I give in. If I give in to the moment, if I give in to the emotions of the moment, if I give in to the atmosphere, if I just give in, I get to live in the moment. I get to live in him looking me in my eyes and telling me he's in love with me and telling me that I'm the only one for him. I know he lying because his gold tooth stopped shining a long time ago. I know he lying. However, I get to live in the moment. And you end up not having any longevity as it relates to relationships. So you end up taking little small hits of people. You start taking little small hits of people. You smoke them like smoke blunts that are already been smoking. You just found the butt of it and you're dealing with addiction. So you just find a little butts and just give me a hit off of that. Sexual immorality and promiscuity is almost always going to be the result, mostly of parental wounds, and also the result of you coming in contact with other people who have spirits of perversion that you slept with. And those people, the enemy brings them into your life to open up something that wasn't open up, to awaken something that wasn't awakened, to impart something that you did not have. And those people come and they impart that unclean spirit. And now you end up wrestling with porn. You end up wrestling with sexual immorality. You're over there struggling with masturbation, dealing with all these issues because these are coping mechanisms. You may not have crack to your lips, but you got your hands in your drawers. These are coping mechanisms. These are coping mechanisms. Sexual immorality and promiscuity. Coping mechanisms. Well, that girl left me. Well, I'm just gonna sleep with all these other women. I'm gonna sleep with them, and even though it ain't, because it ain't the orgasm, it ain't the big event. It's just in that moment I feel in control. In that moment I feel in power. In that moment I feel important. I feel needed. I feel wanted. In that moment I feel that. And then when you get out of that moment, you got to go back to insecurity. You got to go back to rejection. You got to go back. So now you want to go back to that moment. So you give her a call back and you're out there meeting new people too because you want to keep going into that moment. That is the nature of promiscuity. It's the nature of promiscuity. Sexual immorality and promiscuity are usually almost always signs that there's some unresolved trauma. There's some unforgiveness that is lurking in your soul. Number 25, loss of empathy. They ain't like me. They ain't care about how I feel. So I'm going to care about how they feel. You lose your empathy. I call it the vampiric effect. You eventually and essentially become the very thing that hurt you. I remember a lady I used to work with. Beautiful, beautiful soul. Beautiful. I'm talking about the sweetest person you could ever meet. And I knew she was messing with a married man, right? I think it was all around, everybody knew she was messing with a married man. She bragged about it. And she's just such a sweet soul. I asked her one day, I said, sis, this is when I worked in the secular world. I said, you're such a beautiful person, like inside and out, like for real. You're a beautiful person. Why are you messing with a married man? And she said, somebody did it to me. I never forgot that moment. She said, no, somebody did it to me. In that, she told me that when she was married, a woman did not care about how she felt. A woman was sleeping with her husband and didn't care about how she felt. So now she don't care. I said, but is the man you sleeping with, was it his wife that hurt you? She said no. And that's when I started realizing that pain is a virus that is spread. When an enemy hurts you, because hurt people, he's hurting you to get you to hurt somebody else so he can get them to hurt somebody else. It's a domino effect. If nobody heals, the pain keeps going. Nobody heals, the pain keeps growing. It starts to consume you. It starts to consume you. But you lose empathy. You lose your ability to care about what people feel. You can hurt people and go home and sleep easily, and it doesn't bother you. That's when your love has waxed cold. Number 26, sign that you are in unforgiveness, irritability. You're agitated about everything. Kids start singing, you're agitated. I remember being, oh God, I remember this lady, I was at her house. This is about 25 years ago. It was a long time ago. And every time her kids would sing or dance, she got agitated. And I said, hey, why every time your kids dancing and laughing and stuff like that, you get mad and say something to them? She said, they're just making up too much racket. And I'm like, nah. I realized what's in you is expressing itself. And when it's expressing itself, it's spreading itself as well. She was mad that she was not in a happy space. She was miserable. She hadn't forgiven. But her kids, they were happy. And she didn't like that. She didn't like the sound of laughter. She didn't like the sound of joy. Aggravation and irritation is a sign of a wound that never healed. It is a sign of a wound that never healed. You got to address that wound. You got to pray over that wound, and you got to take that wound to a specialist so that you can get that thing healed. Because I tell you, I look at how I am today. I've grown. And I was thinking about, like, I always look at how Milo is, my dog. He likes to get in front of me and move real slow when I'm moving fast. This is like especially when I'm trying to go down the stairs, right? I'm upstairs and I'm getting ready to come down the stairs, and he feel like he got to be in the lead. So somehow he get in front of me and he be moving real slow, just taking his little time, little wiggle, taking his little time. Do I yell? No. Because in his world, in his mind, he's trying to protect me. Do I say, raise my voice? No. You know what I do? This is a weird thing that I do. This is weird. I raise my hands up in a weird way. I slow myself down by raising my hands up. I'll just kind of raise up my hands or what have you. And then if I need to get down that fast, I'll say move. I don't yell. I just say move, and he moves. He'll look back and he'll get out the way. Because I realize that I don't need to speed through life. Life won't happen. I don't have to, whatever it is I'm rushing to, it's gonna be there when I get there. Whether it's the door with a DoorDash, whether it's I want to get downstairs because I want to work on something, it'll be there when I get there. It'll be there when I get there. So I utilize those moments to build my patience, to make sure my patience is strong, right? Because I don't want to be that person that whenever I'm around another person, that I'm like, oh, why you keep moving like that? Why you chewing like that? Why you making that smacking sound? You become intolerable of people whenever you don't heal, whenever you don't forgive. You become very intolerable of people. Now, I'm not saying that people should have the right to make smacking sounds, right? I'm not saying that because sometimes it can be a little bit annoying. I am saying that you should not be so sensitive, that your emotions should not be that wounded, right? You never healed. It shouldn't be so sensitive when things happen. You got to be able to sit back and minister to yourself in that moment. You got to learn how to minister to yourself, right? You got to slow down. You got to learn how to minister to yourself in that moment. When somebody does something aggravating, take a breath and begin to minister to yourself and tell yourself it ain't that deep. It ain't that deep. It ain't that deep. It's not that. It's okay. Tell yourself, because one thing that leads to anger are thoughts like you're doing this on purpose. You're trying to slow me down, or you're being used by the devil. Stop telling yourself stuff like that. I tell myself when my dog get in front of me and he go to doing that little wiggle walk and what have you, he's being a dog and he's trying to protect me. He doesn't realize he doesn't have my brain. He doesn't realize that I'm in a hurry. He's just trying to be in the front. He wants to be little alpha. And so I'll raise my hand. Sometimes I may raise my hands like this. Other times I'll raise my hand like I got issues up in this house. Okay. I'll raise my hands and I just slow down. And I let him finally get down the stairs and I'll talk my little noise or what have you. I'd be like always wiggling that little booty in the way or what have you. He'll look back at me and wag his tail. Because what I'm doing is I'm saying I'm not allowing agitation to settle in my soul, and I'm definitely not going to spread it to him. I want you to understand that anything that's operating in you is trying to spread itself. And so in that, I'm fighting that thing down. I'm choosing not to be aggravated, and I'm choosing not to spread it. I don't want it to spread. Right then and there, I kill it in that moment. Right? I'll go ahead and I'll slaughter it in that moment. But irritability is a sign that there's a wound in your heart that has not been healed. Number 27, reliving the past. I think we talked about something like that, so I'm not going to stay here. Reliving the past. When you keep on the past place in your head on repeat, we talked about memory recall. That is the pictures on the wall that the enemy likes to put up. These are spirits, right? And these spirits, what they do is they like to rehearse and rewind and just constantly replay what you've been through. But you constantly keep reliving the past. Number 28, monitoring the offender. Whoever hurt you, you're monitoring them. It's not even the offender. I shouldn't even put the offender. But yeah, monitoring the offender. But typically people who have not forgiven and who have not healed, they don't just monitor the offender, they monitor other people as well. They typically deal with suspicion, and they have a tendency to monitor people as well. And so, for example, it could be a friend of yours, and you keep monitoring her profile because you think she's gonna say or do something, to hurt you, or you start monitoring your exes, you monitoring former friends, you monitoring people. That is a sign that you have not healed. You're still in that space that you used to be in, where you're having to defend yourself. And so because of that, you're trying to protect yourself. This is a protective mechanism from what you feel like is going to be another attack, right? You've been through a lot. And so you got paranoid. And so now you start thinking, I already know. So I have a mentorship program. And me having a mentorship program, the beauty in having a mentorship program is that I get to work with so many different personalities. I get to serve alongside so many different personalities and issues. All right. Everybody comes with their issues, which to me is beautiful. The issues aren't beautiful. It's just that what's beautiful to me is that people come together and you see these things, and God is giving you the ability, and they're presenting themselves to say, hey, I don't want these issues, right? I want to grow. I want to heal. I want to do whatever I need to do so that I can get to the next level. Not just the next level, because I don't want you to get stuck there. I want you to understand, because I think one of the problems in today's Christian is that you want to get to the next level and not to the destination. Man, the next level, we bless God for the next level, okay? But you need to get to the destination. Because sometimes you'll settle down and climax in zone 5 when God called you to zone 100. You'll settle down and climax at zone 5 when God called you to zone 100. But we were talking about reliving the past. Reliving the past. Well, no, monitoring the offender, constantly watching their life, trying to see what they're doing right now, who they dating, if they saying anything about you, all that other stuff. I said this in the earlier part, and I'll say it now. Let them people go. When you let people go, learn to let them go for real. That means don't look at them. Don't look at their profiles. If you dated them, change your phone number. Become unaccessible, and tell yourself, you have to minister to yourself every day to not look back. It's an event that you have to deal with constantly, right? In the beginning parts, you have to deal with it constantly. The temptation. If you have a moment when you feel bored, you're gonna have to tell yourself, because the thought pop up in your head, you should go see what Jaquan is doing. You got to go see what he's doing, right? You got to go see if he over here, talking about you, or what he doing, and you set yourself up for hurt, and you don't heal because you keep looking back. You can't heal if you keep looking back. You can't heal if you keep looking back, and you keep going to his profile. I just want to see what he's doing. I know he ain't dating her. That girl look like a fried fish. Serves him right. I hope all his kids have them fish lips. With his nose and that fish mouth, now you're moving in unforgiveness toward her, and she don't even know you. And you're moving in unforgiveness toward him because you keep reliving the event. You reliving the past because you keep looking back. Right, fried whiting. Because you keep looking back. Your best bet is to say, I'm tempted to look back. I ain't doing it. Find something else to do. Find something else to do with your time. If you're scrolling social media and it's the middle of the night and you start getting tempted to look at exes, you need to get off social media. Go wash some clothes. Go do some jumping jacks. Do some push-ups or something. All right. I want to go ahead and finish this so I can let you guys go. Got 2 more signs that you're in unforgiveness. Signs that you wrestle with unforgiveness. Vengeance-based ambition. Vengeance-based ambition. You're ambitious. Only what you do for God will last. You're ambitious. You want to do great things, but you're motivated by the wrong thing. You think, if once I get rich or I get successful, the people that hurt me, they're going to be sitting up there wishing they hadn't hurt me. They're going to wish they hadn't abandoned me, rejected me, persecuted me, betrayed me, slandered me, hit me, stolen from me. They're going to wish they hadn't done that. So you're still in that space where you're still responding to what they've done. That is a sign you haven't healed. You're still in that space where you're responding to what they've done to you, right? You're responding to what they've done rather than sitting up there and saying, you know what? At the end of the day, they did what they did based on their brokenness. And me, I dealt with it because I didn't use discernment. I went into sin, or I was looking. I just didn't hear God. I didn't do what God told me to do. I didn't pray about it. Take the lesson and go on. But anytime you build with vengeance-based ambition, you will build a personal Tower of Babel. And if you want to know anything about the Tower of Babel, What God did, he let them built for years upon years upon years, and then he confused their language. That's what God do. God will let you build a relationship. He'll sit there and let you build it. That is so cute. I like how you laid that brick. Mm-hmm. It's so sad that thing's gonna come down to 3 years. He'll let you build and build a career, build a relationship, build all of that stuff, only for you to sit back there. And God turns around, he confuses the language of the people in your life. Why do you think they left? Did you think they left because the devil came and got them? No, God just confused your language. Because they weren't supposed to be building with you, and what you're building, God didn't call you to build. But he'll let you build. He'll let you build. Again and again and again and again. Vengeance-based ambition. All of your ambition is fueled by your desire to prove yourself to people, to prove that you're not the idiot or the fool or the silly person, the person who ain't got no sense, to prove yourself. Vengeance-based ambition. Last but not least, number 30, sign that you are in unforgiveness. Generalization and objectification. I've taught this before. Generalization and objectification. I go to TikTok, you're gonna hear it all day long. You can't scroll without hearing generalization and objectification. Generalization is when you throw the baby out with the bathwater. This is when you start saying things like all men cheat or all women cheat. All black men are like this, all black women are like that. Those are blanketed statements where basically you're saying everybody, because every black man you dated cheated on you. Every black man you gave yourself to gave himself to somebody else, right? In this, you haven't forgiven, and the reason you haven't forgiven is because you haven't taken accountability. You're not taking accountability. And so what you're looking at it as, I was good to him, but he wasn't good to me. But you didn't realize you were in the middle of a reap. You gave him everything and you gave God nothing. And so at the end, you got left with nothing. At the end, you got left with nothing. Generalization is when you throw the baby out with the bathwater, and you will have whatsoever you say. So consequently, if you open your mouth and say that all men cheat, you're going to keep attracting cheating men. Isn't that crazy? I know somebody just got free. If you keep saying all men cheat, you're going to keep attracting cheating men. There are some good kingdom men out there. God has them just like he has his daughters. Now, just like any of us, if you talk to a kingdom man, a man that's sold out for God, I'm talking about truly sold out for God, not sold out for his penis. You talk to a man who is sold out for God, he'll tell you, man, because I've talked to guys and he like, so Tiffany, man, it's hard to find a wife out here, just a kingdom wife. And I'm like, man, I know a lot of them. What are you talking about? You talk to them, it's hard to find a good guy out here. I'm like, I know plenty. You know what I realized? God will blind you to what you want until you become what you want. Because most of the time you're looking for a void filler. You're looking for somebody to be the answer to the test that you're taking. You're looking for somebody, like if you got anger issues, you're looking for somebody who ain't got anger issues. If you got lust issues, you're looking for somebody that ain't got, you're looking for somebody that's the answer to your issue rather than you fixing that issue so that you can be that for them, just like you need them to be that for you. Does that make sense? Generalization is a sign of high level trauma. It's a sign of trauma. Generalization is when you say everybody, it's prejudice, right? It's no different than if a white person said all black folks are on food stamps. We know that's not true. Or if a black person said that all white people are racist, which we know that it's not true. Those are blanketed statements. These are statements where you just basically say, all y'all like that. I call it lazy discernment. Lazy discernment. You don't want to take the time out to study and get to know people. So I'd much rather make this statement. I'd much rather take on this belief. That way I ain't got to deal with none of you. Generalization and objectification. Objectification is the heart of a serial killer. Is whenever it's higher than generalization. Objectification is when people become mere objects to you, where you lose your ability to love people because they become objects. Is the very thing that serial killers deal with. right? So the enemy, he's always after your heart. The Bible says to guard it. The enemy is after your heart because he wants to rob you of your ability to love others. Why? Because God is love. He wants you to rob you of your ability to extend God's love to others, to be God's love in other people's life. And so what he does is you get hurt so much, then you go into objectification. Let me tell you what objectification sounds like. Let's say a woman's been hurt by men, right? I'm gonna show you the beginning, the genesis of her objectification. And she starts saying, I'm gonna start being to these men what they are to me. Objectification. In other words, the man, he's about to be he ain't gonna be nothing but an object to me, a means to an end. If I need my bills paid, that's all he gonna be. Pay my bills. If I want to go and I want to have sex, that's what he gonna be. If I just want to go hang out, if I want to feel loved, then I'm gonna let him give me that moment. That's it. That's objectification. Objectification is when you have an inability to love a person, you're just using them. That's when you let the trauma get so deep to the point where you are now hearing more from the enemy than you are from God. Because that's how the enemy thinks. People are objects. They're means to an end. They're a means to an end. All right, let me read these. Read these. Generalization, objectification. Let me read these to you. And then we're going to get out of here because if I don't give you these, then y'all going to come for me. Some of you will. Number one, forgiveness is a decision. Forgiveness is not a feeling. It is a decision. You say, Sister Tiffany, how do I make the decision? You just make it. Every time I have been hurt majorly since I've been a Christian, I made the decision in the midst of the pain that I want to go over there to the other side of this pain. And I don't want the pain, and I don't want the bitterness. I don't want the unforgiveness. I don't want none of that. I want to heal. Because let me tell you something. I always thought to myself, the best revenge is no revenge. The best revenge is to heal and move on. Sorry. It's to heal and to move on. It's to not let that person come back 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years and find me in the pit that they left me in. No. No. Number two, forgiveness is a process. It's not instantaneous, guys. It is a process. And how is that process? What does that process look like? It looks like you studying the word. You ask God for forgiveness. Help me to forgive those who've hurt me. I choose to forgive them in Jesus' name. And the feeling comes as you go through the process, right? Part of the process of forgiving is interceding for those people. And in many cases, you'll get the opportunity to bless those who cursed you. That is the highest part of the process. For example, you may be driving down the road and that girl that really tried to destroy your name, tried to destroy your character. And let's say you're on the Walmart parking lot, right? And you pulling off and you see her and she under the hood of her car, she trying to look and the car won't start. Your flesh says, she getting it back. Fallen nature of the flesh. She getting it back. See, that's what she get. But in the midst of all that, you notice there are some guys over there kind of looking. You're like, man, I want to pull off, but that ain't the right thing to do. So you pull up, and she like, oh, hey, you like, hey, you need help? My car, I don't know what's going on with it. I think I gotta get jumper cables. I gotta jump. Okay, you know how to attach that? Because we could jump off of my car. No, I don't know how to attach it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a guy. I'm gonna find some guys and what have you. Then you go up in Walmart and you say, hey, anybody know how to put jumper cables on a car? This girl car need a jump. And I find a guy and he's like, yeah. Find me one of those old school guys, not these new school guys with their pants that come up over their ankles and stuff, like tight pants coming up over the ankles. They can't do that. But you find you one of those old school guys. They come out there and be like, yeah. And then he come out there because, old school guys, that make them feel masculine. Right? That makes them feel good. So, hey, let them in the moment because I'm glad to be a girl. They put it there and you crank the car up, you got it. And her car crank and you say, okay. She says, thank you. You're welcome. It was good to see you. Good to see you. That's part of the forgiveness process. Is that you treat her like she never did you wrong. How many your pride won't let you do it? You got to let the pride burn up in that moment. You treat her as if she never did you wrong. your flesh gonna remind you. Any spirit, if you got an unclean spirit, it's gonna remind you. But you gotta treat her in that moment like she never did you wrong. Brother Marvin, thank you. God bless you. You gotta treat her in that moment like she never did you wrong. Because guess what? At the end of it, she might get saved because of you. You said, well, what if she go to the church? What if she already saved? Who told you she was saved? She be over there. They ain't not, demons could demons got false tongue. Who told you she was saved? Did you know that God said that many are gonna come to him and they're gonna say, didn't we prophesy in your name and in your name we cast out devils? And he gonna say, get away from me, you worker of iniquity, for I never knew you. I know I didn't say it in its entirety, but did you know that people that think they say that they ain't saved? Did you know that? And if God told me that if I'm married to an unsaved man, that I can win him with my behavior, without words, then that's how he's not just talking about the husband. He's telling me about the woman. I don't marry no unsaved person, but he's telling me that's how I got to do with unbelievers. Win them with my behavior. See, when he said, I'll set a table for you in the presence of your enemies, he wasn't saying he was going to set a table for me in the presence of my enemies so I can gloat. So I can, thank you, God. No, that's unforgiveness. He's saying, I'm going to put you at the head of a table as an example of what my love looks like, because I'm trying to draw their hearts too, because I want to put them at the head of a table as well for the people that hurt them, that made them hurt you, so that they can be an example. Then my love is spread throughout the earth. It ain't so we can sit up here and floss on our enemies. When God put you at the head of the table, it's to love on them. It ain't to gloat. It ain't to sit there and be like, oh God, thank you, an iPhone 15. You just so good. Oh Lord, you just so good to me. Some people. No. If God is blessing me in their face, I say, Lord, thank you. I'm not deserving of this. God, I give you honor, praise, and glory. Hey, he says, you need a phone? What phone you got? The 12? God just gave me an iPhone 15. I got the 14. Now, this is a 15, but I'm just saying. I got the 14. You want to take it? That's an opportunity. That's an opportunity to love on her. That ain't an opportunity to sit up there and make her feel bad. War ain't against me and her. The beef ain't between me and her. The beef between those unclean spirits, light and darkness. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to move on. You can have light and darkness in you, and she can have light and darkness in her. In the room that's dark in you, there is light in her. That same room is light in her. And the same room that's light in you, she's dark. So she could be illuminated when it comes down to building relationships, right? She's got revelation over there. I can be dark in that area. So now we in that area. But I can be illuminated when it comes down to marketplace, and she can be dark. And so now we're fighting. And if we had sense, we pray and get wisdom, and she can impart into me in the areas where I'm dark, and I can impart into her in the areas where she's dark. I say that out loud. Forgiveness is a process. So part of that process is interceding for the person, praying for, interceding and praying for that person, being a blessing when the opportunity presents itself. It's a process. It's the things that you do. You sow seeds into it. I got to sow seed into the forgiveness. I got to sow seed into doing it. I got to do the thing that my pride says it does not want to do. Why? Because pride going to say, why would you reward her? Why would you reward her? I'm not rewarding her. I'm loving on her. I'm loving on her. Number 3, we talked about this. So I'm going to move on. Forgiveness is not a feeling. It's a decision. All right. Forgiveness is not a feeling. Most people keep looking for a feeling. No, the feeling comes as you do what God told you to do. You ask God, Lord, I choose to forgive. It's a choice. I choose to forgive you. Ask God for forgiveness. And then once you make that choice, you do the work to forgive. Then the feeling comes over the course of time. All right. Number 4, you can forgive someone and still deny them access to you. That just frees somebody, because some people, when they hear forgiveness, you telling me I got to let them back in my house, and they were stealing, they were doing that, and you can forgive somebody and understand that they're too broken and too hurt and too narcissistic to have access to you. and especially immediate access. For me, for the most part, I can you people can do dirty stuff. I've had people do some real dirty stuff with me, right? Do some dirty stuff to me. At the end of the day, I truly forgive them. It's a choice I've made. I chose to forgive them, right? But they don't have access to me, meaning I don't walk close with them. We don't talk on the phone. We won't rock like that. However, if they would have ever called me and say, Tiffany, I need prayer, I'm praying for them. If they would have ever called me and say, man, I don't know what to do, I got their back. Because forgiveness is it's not about me and how I feel. It's about God. It's about the kingdom. Right? You can forgive someone and still deny them access to you. Especially if if I know that you're gonna come in my life and bring havoc and hell, I can still deny you access, but still not be mad at you. But at the same time, still got your back. I don't think there's anybody that I've ever said that I ain't got their back. Right? Number 5, unforgiveness is a thief. No, when you're married, they gotta have access. When you're married, you got to give them access. But there are certain parts of you don't have to give them access to until they're mature enough to get that access. So, for example, financially, if your wife is off financially, you can deny her. You can try to give her impartation, but if she got pride in the access in the financial area, and you keep trying to pour and it's creating a fight, then I wouldn't. We're multidimensional. I see us like spinning creatures. I wouldn't spin around and connect her with the financial side. In that area, I'm going to be praying. I'm going to be interceding for her because somehow she got hurt in that area. Somehow she has no revelation in that area. And so I wouldn't let her have access to certain things. I'll say it like this, even when it comes down to business. There are a lot of times in the world of business, if I have a mentee and I'm teaching them, if I got mentees and I'm teaching them something, I don't teach them everything that I know. I'm talking about in business. I teach them a lot of what I know. But if I don't think they're mature enough, I'm not going to give them everything because then I know then they're going to go out here and they're going to sabotage themselves. So I'll teach them most of what I know. But if I see them trying to go into an area when I'm like, you ain't even consistent over there, I'm not trying to do that because then they're not going to respect that industry. Hopefully that makes sense. But let's move on. Number 5, forgiveness. Unforgiveness is a thief. It will rob you of your peace. And anything that robs you of your peace robs you of your money. Okay? It's a thief. Anything that robs you of your peace will rob you of your sanity. It'll rob you of your money. Unforgiveness is a thief. It ain't worth it. Number 6, pray and ask the Lord to help you to forgive others as well as yourself. Pray and ask the Lord to help you to forgive others as well as yourself. If you don't forgive yourself, unforgiveness still resides within you. It's just pointing at you. And so now it's going to start eating away at you because unforgiveness, like any other issue, has to have something to feed on. And so ask the Lord to help you to forgive others. This is a prayer that I pray. Lord, help me to forgive those who've hurt me, betrayed me, abandoned me, rejected me. Lord, help me to forgive. I choose to forgive. And what I say to him, I choose to forgive. Help me to forgive. Help me to forgive. And Lord, help me to forgive myself. Help me to forgive myself. Because you know what? The devil caught me at one time. He caught me several times. He caught me slipping where I started wrestling with unforgiveness toward myself. I get mad at myself. Like let's say if I had a young lady that was trying to get in my life, right? And I'm like, she real seductive. And she's competitive. She ain't gonna be good. And I'm thinking back in the day, not nowadays, but because I haven't had that too much. I don't think I've had that nowadays. But if I let her in my life and I totally disregard it, and then she turned around, let's say I had a man, and she turned around and she doing all types of stuff. Matter of fact, that happened. That happened. I was married, and I remember there was this one girl that I had my friend group. My friend group didn't like her. And I was the person in a friend group that, I just love people, right? And I was just like, I felt like they were being competitive, or what have you. I felt like they were being competitive. And I would tell them, like, hey, no, she's cool. Because we used to hang out on Friday nights, I think it was. We would go hang out on Friday night. We would go to somebody's house and we drink and we party and we hang out. And I wanted to invite her. And they were like, "You keep inviting strays." I remember they would say that stuff to me. "You keep inviting strays." And I'm just like, no, I just think people are cool. I don't see anything wrong with her. Well, this young lady, I remember the ladies, they were telling me they didn't trust her because by this time all of my friends had gotten themselves in relationships, and I had gotten myself in a relationship. I was married to my ex. And I remember this girl, I invited her to my house. I started inviting her to our gatherings, and she would do the weirdest stuff. I remember I found out my friend group was right. I remember she got in my house and what have you, and it was a bunch of us women. Our guys had went to the back. They was in the back playing video game. I don't know what they was back there doing. Me and the ladies, we were hanging out in the living room, and all of us we talking good. We getting along good, and then the men started coming up in the living room, and I remember this girl got on the floor and started crawling like a cat, and she was like, "Tiffany," and I'll make up a name for my ex. She was like, "Tiffany, this what you be doing to Junior, ain't it? This what you be doing to Junior." Trying to come out, walk around, sexy on the floor like, and I'm looking. And I don't wrestle with insecurity because I'm weird to the point where I literally laugh at a woman if she's doing it. But I'm just sitting up there. But my friends, they looking at me like, and I remember this one particular time, we were at work. We were at work. And I remember this girl, she decided that she was gonna try to shame me. She every time we got around men, she would always say negative stuff. Like she would always say negative stuff. And she was a beautiful girl to look at. I didn't understand the insecurity. But she would say negative stuff. And I remember she sat back. And what was I talking about? I remember she sat back and she had pulled my name during a Christmas event. Like we were exchanging gifts or what have she pulled my name and I think I pulled her name. Or we exchanged or what have you. But she had my name and I had her name. And I was a guy over there with us. I'm trying not to give out too many details, but there was a guy standing over there that she would like to show out in front of. And I remember she said, "Tiffany." She kept trying to show her. She was like, "Tiffany, Tiffany." She said it loud, "Tiffany." And I looked over at her. Now we over here having a conversation. She way across the way. And she was like, "I know I'm gonna get you for Christmas." She said, I'm gonna get you a good wig, a better wig or something. No, a better weave. A better weave. I used to wear tracks. So I looked at her. Nobody heard her. I turned my head. And I'm like, okay, me and her, we gonna have to talk. We gonna have to have a nice little talk. I turned my head. She said, "Tiffany, did you hear me? Tiffany." And I knew she wasn't really trying to get me to hear her. She was trying to get everybody else to hear her. And that was her way of letting that guy know because he was a flirt. That was her way of trying to let him know. Because he would flirt with me, he flirt with her, or what have you, trying to let him know that ain't her real hair. So she kept saying, "Tiffany, Tiffany, I know what I'm gonna get you for Christmas. I'm gonna get you a better weave." And everybody heard it that time, and they kind of chuckled uncomfortably. And I said, "I know what I'm gonna get you for Christmas." And she says, "Well, what's that?" I said, "I'm gonna get you a man that actually wants you." And she said, "Give me," and she called a man I was married to. She called his name. We'll call him Jason. She said, "Give me Jason then." And I looked and I was like, "Ooh." I didn't say nothing beyond that point because at that point now we in the area code of fighting. We in the area code of fighting. And I'll never forget, after everybody dispersed, everybody walked away, she came over there. She said, by the time I came, she was like, "I just want to let you know I was just joking with you." I said, "No, you weren't joking with me." I said, "Don't apologize to me in private for something you did in public." I said, "No." I said, "I'll tell you what, when you see me, you don't see me." And she got loud. She was like, "I don't care, Tiffany, I don't care." Literally, this event ended with people having to pull us, like get between us because we were ready. Both of us were raising our voices, ready to fight. I'm like, "Boo, I want her to do something." In that moment, I learned that my friends, they had been right. They were right about her. I was wrong. I was always just trying to, be friends with everybody. I think I could save everybody. I used to think like that in here. I don't think like that nowadays. But I used to think that I could save everybody. Events like that can traumatize you, get you into unforgiveness and stuff like that. But I'm gonna say something to you that's gonna make you feel weird about me. Might could. I ain't gonna say that. I forgave her. Even when I was unsaved, I forgave her. I ain't fool with her no more. But I forgave her. You want to know why I forgave her? Okay, let me say this. You want to know why people who were deep in the world find it easy to forgive because we needed forgiveness. I ain't fool with her no more. I ain't bring her around me like that no more. But I got back cool. I said, hey, how you doing? I didn't invite her to my house no more. Nope, she wasn't drinking. We were at work. I didn't invite her to my house no more. We stopped dealing on that level. But I forgave her. Because I made a decision that that's just how she is. That's just how she is. We all had our issues. That's just how she is. I forgave her, but I ain't bring her around. I didn't bring her around my friends. I kept her away because I realized that she had an issue. And I realized that her issue was that she was looking for male affirmation, especially in a friend group of women that had men. She was looking for male affirmation to the point where women to her were nothing but sacrifices. And she was willing to try to shame. And I've been in the world. I've been around plenty of women like that. I've been around plenty of women like that. And I've sat there. I remember I had a cousin that did that, tried to shame me in front of some guys. And I looked at her and I said, hey, let's go outside. Let's talk right quick. And I got outside. I was like, what's that? She was like, I'm just joking. I said, you don't ever joke with me like that. And she was like, I said, okay, I'm just trying to let you know. I said, I said, you keep on doing it. I said, when I say something back to you, don't be trying to pull that box cut out your bra. And if you pull it out, you better use it. You're going to have to use it. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm a wordsmith. I remember telling her that. I said, I'm a wordsmith. I can eat you up. I can eat you up in front of those guys. Don't start with the janking. That's what we used to call. Don't start with the janking. Because when I start, don't call yourself getting mad because I won't let up off of you. I don't do that to you. Don't do that to me. That's the stuff that women used to do. Some of the women used to do back in the day. She was a box cutter queen. All right. Unforgiveness is a thief. Pray and ask the Lord to help you forgive others as well as yourself. Number 7 is if you let someone remain in your life who has wronged you, you have to set boundaries with that person. Leave them wordsmiths alone. I'm trying to tell you. Because we'll eat you and won't stop when you cry. And be like, oh, don't get mad now. Oh, you want to fight? Don't try to fight. Because if I don't feel like fighting, I'll get a skillet and hit you with it. And wake her up. I'm not going to go through all that fighting. I'm not one of those people that trying to prove nothing. Good night. That's all I got for you. Good night. If you let someone remain in your life who has wronged you, you have to set boundaries with that person. Cast iron at that, Kara. Cast iron. If you let someone remain in your life who has wronged you, you have to set boundaries with that person. Understand, bound people hate boundaries. So everybody has an issue. Everybody has a pattern. If you remember that, it'll help you in relationships. Get my book, Relational Kill, it'll help you. But everybody has issues. Everybody has patterns. Pay attention to them. Everybody has an issue. Everybody has patterns. If you know a person's issue, then you know to avoid them in that area. So if I know that your issue is that you get upset anytime we talk politics, I'm not going to have a conversation with you about politics. If you bring it up, I'm going to silence it real quick. I'll tell you, we ain't going there, sis. Every time we have this conversation, you get all loud and emotional. We're not doing this. I love you. We're going to let it go. Everything ain't worth being fought over. All right. But if you let people wrong, if when that happens, you have to put that boundary. My mom used to try to talk to me about religion, and I started putting boundaries up. I said, I love you. Every time we had this conversation, it turned into a fight. Nope. My mom would stand right there in that doorway behind me, cross her arms, and say, so you don't want to have a conversation? I said, no, because you don't want to have a conversation about religion. You're literally want to argue. You ask me, I just want to ask a question. I said, no, you don't. Every time you ask a question, you already made up your mind what the answer is, and you're trying to see if I'm going to give you the right answer. And when I don't give you the answer that you want to get, then you become argumentative, and we ain't doing that. And I held firm to it. I held firm to it, right? If you let someone remain in your life, you have to set boundaries. Also, You can get my book, The Book of Boundaries series. For those of you who don't know how to set boundaries or you're too nice, go get my book, The Book of Boundaries series. Start with the Black Book of Boundaries, then go to the green book, then go to the blue book, then go to the purple, then go to the red. I need to go label those things. I keep telling myself that. But you not only have to set boundaries, because I think most people are great at setting boundaries. I think the problem with the average person is enforcing boundaries. Most people know how to set them. I can tell you to set a boundary. I got boundaries in my life. You can't curse me out. You can't raise your voice at me. You can't call me out our name. That's a boundary for me. We can talk. We can have a healthy conversation. Go get out your feelings real quick. And let's meet in a calm place. All right. Those are boundaries for me. If you get on my phone and you raise your voice, click. I'm gonna ask you to lower your voice. Click. I'm not gonna sit up there and yell. I'm not gonna go into these heights of emotions because that's right then and there we're going into control. I don't want to deal with controlling spirit. Amen, Kara. God bless you, beautiful. I don't want to deal with a controlling spirit. And so right then and there, hey, listen, once you calm down, give me a call. We can talk about this. We ain't got to go through all that. I enforce that boundary. So that means when the person come back and I pick up the phone, hello? So you just gonna hang up the phone? Click. One of the greatest things ever created was a hang up button. Baby, that thing is beautiful. I've been pressing those since we had landlines, okay? Since we had landlines, I don't know what it was about that. Dude, I used to love it. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm pretty sure we got 634 people up in here. Listen, 9 times out of 10, I got an ex in here somewhere. All right, them little booger bats, they stalk you, okay? But anybody that know me, anybody that's an ex of mine, even the stalkers, lurkers, or what have you. No, I'm just joking. They could be. I'm not thinking that they are. But anybody that know me will tell you. Any guy in my past will tell you he has experienced a hang up button. Taisha, thank you. God bless you. It's black, green. Yeah, black, green, blue, purple, and red. You said we never dated, sister. I know. But anybody will tell you, any guy, this is my thing here. And I was in the world. Hello. So you did. And back in the day, you could stop him from calling back. If he kept calling back, I'm trying to tell you. If he kept coming back, you just took the phone off the hook. I took the phone off the hook. You know why? Because I wasn't willing to give up whatever peace I was feeling in that moment. I wasn't willing to give up a good day to get into a fight with somebody who didn't know how to fight with whatever was going on in their head. No. I took that phone straight off the hook. And they got that recording. We're sorry. With all that busy sound. Uh-oh. They got that busy sound. You got to set boundaries. And Andrea, thank you. God bless you, beautiful. You have to set boundaries, but you also have to enforce them. Get the book of boundaries. Like I said, most people, the problem I've learned is that you know how to set them, you don't know how to enforce them. And the reason is because most people don't understand boundaries and they consider you to be mean. When I started doing that within my family, and I started really young, I think I started setting boundaries before I even got saved. I started being considered mean. And I'm just sitting there like, how does it mean that I'm just simply saying, you can't do this. Don't come in my room. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's mine. Don't touch it. Right? Don't touch it. That's considered mean with people who don't like boundaries because they get the benefit from not having boundaries. Right? Most people that hate boundaries are people who see something that you have, whether it's a trait, a quality, or it's something tangible that they want to have unlimited access to. And that's why they hate the boundary, is because you're denying them access to the only reason that they're a part of your life. Thank you, Taisha. God bless you, beautiful. She just gave the order of the Book of Boundary series for those of you who Want to get it? It is on Amazon. This is the correct order of them. Thank you, beautiful. You have to be willing to set boundaries, but you also got to be willing to enforce them. And you got to be willing to enforce them, catch this, at the rate and at the risk of losing people. Because most people who are bound will threaten you with their absence whenever you put a boundary up in front of them and you deny them access to what they feel entitled to. They will cut you off. They will put you on punishment. I got a running joke now where I tell people, I say, I guess I'm on punishment again. I'm in the corner. I tell people all the time, I say, I've been on so many punishments and so many corners, but by the time you kind of spin out and you're ready to take me out the corner, I don't want to. I'm not fooling with you like that. I'm keeping you far because you got a problem with control, and I don't like that because at the end of the day, as an adult, you have to understand. I'm talking to us as a people. You have to understand. You cannot always have your way. People aren't your enemies because they tell you no. They're not your enemies because they tell you no. You got to give people the right and ability. When people feel safe enough to be flawed. People feel safe enough to say, hey, I don't feel like doing that, or I don't want to do that, or that. Yeah, I want to have that conversation. And you say, yeah, cool, no problem. No punishment behind it. You just built a relationship that God can bless. No punishment, no type of side notes, none of that. It's just basically letting that person live in their freedom without feeling the need to rob them of that. We good people. But when you feel the need to say, you don't never, oh, good God, bye. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. All right, where were we? Number 8, and these are facts I'm giving you. Number 8, you have to fight to hold on to forgiveness. We almost done, guys. It's just 10 of them, so we're almost done. You have to fight to hold on to forgiveness. Now y'all see why I did a part 2 to this, right? You have to fight to hold on to forgiveness. You can forgive somebody today and then get mad at them again tomorrow. One thing about it is the enemy will hunt you with the memory. So today you can make a decision. You say, Lord, help me to forgive my ex. And God helps you. God gives you the forgiveness. He gives you the perspective. He gives you the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding. And then tomorrow you get news that your ex is getting married to the girl he cheated on you with. If you haven't healed and truly forgiven, you haven't truly healed from the event, then you're likely going to go back into unforgiveness. Right? 70 times 7. You'll go back into unforgiveness. You're going to have to come out of there. You got to make a decision. Lord, I choose to forgive him again. Sometimes with forgiveness, you got to consistently forgive. And then in other times with forgiveness, the only way you sustain your deliverance, your deliverance and your forgiveness is by putting space and time and distance between you and the person that hurt you. Because some people will repeatedly hurt you and you have to forgive them on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You got to forgive them 5 days out of the week, and then you get 2 days off. Every time you see them, they're going to do something wrong. I remember, I've had relatives that were thieves. If you let them in your house, I don't care how many times you rebuked them, I don't care what you said, they were going to steal. When I got grown, I said they can't come to my house. My mom, she didn't have that. For me, when I got grown, I let them go and call me mean. That was the thing that they would say about me and the family because I had that boundary. No, you ain't coming to my house. Don't bring your little happy tail over here because you got sticky fingers and I ain't got time for it. I'm not going to laugh it off. I'm not going to sit up there and be like, you always taking stuff. No, I ain't going to laugh that off. I don't think it's cute. You have to fight to hold on to forgiveness. Sometimes the devil will use a spirit called memory recall. Sometimes he'll use people. Sometimes he will just use moments. He'll use anything he can to bring you back into unforgiveness. Also, just a little word of knowledge. Not so much word of knowledge, but just a little instruction. Go get rid of the stuff. If you got exes and stuff, get rid of the stuff they gave you. That's why you can't forgive, because you still wearing the drawers that you want them in. Now you got to come out of fornication too, but you still wearing them drawers, that you still wearing the lingerie, the drawers and all that. You still got you still got the essence of that person in your house. Gary, he bought me this teddy bear back in 1955. Girl, if I got a teddy bear from an ex, that teddy bear is at the bottom of a landfill line right now. It is gone from my house. If it still hurts your heart, It doesn't necessarily mean unforgiveness. It means a lack of healing, but at least unforgiveness. So you need to get healing. And that's why I would tell you to get a therapist. Your clean house. Get rid of the drawers, the bras. Even if you put lipstick on to kiss him, get rid of that lipstick. Anything that has a memory, you need to purge your house. Take your house through deliverance of all the stuff from your exes. This ain't just for the women. This for the men too. The brothers, I know you probably on here. Hey man, go get rid of that stuff that you had. Them drawers that your girlfriend, your ex washed the stain out of. Go get rid of them. The pictures you got, go get rid of them. Y'all got to go get rid of the stuff that you got to get rid of that stuff. My house is purged of exes. And every once in a while, I say at least once a year, I find something like a notebook, right? Because I got a bunch of notebooks in my house, a lot of notes and stuff like that. And I found a notebook, and I'm looking for a notebook to write in, and I just flipped through some old notebooks, and I found one with his handwriting, and I throw the whole notebook away. I'm like, nope, totally forgiving him. I just don't want anything that attached me to him in my house because that is a part of my past that I've moved on from. And I want to say it's like I say that, but I want to say it in a way I don't look back at and I'll never reconnect with. That's over with. I'm gonna say it. I think it's because I'm older. I think the better way I say it, I think like this sometimes. There are some people in this event called life. A lot of people that I know, I will never see them again. They'll never see me again. Unless they're looking at me on social media or we run into each other. But when I say I never see them again, realistically speaking, everybody goes on with their life. That's the nature of forgiveness. Everybody goes on with their life. And when they go on with their life, they move to other cities, states, countries, or what have you. You'll probably never see them again. You got to make peace with that. I think a lot of times with unforgiveness, it's almost as if you're still in a relationship with the person and you're still expecting some type of reconciliation or apology or something, but it keeps you in a relationship with the person, even though the person is no longer in a relationship with you, or even though the person is no longer present in your life or active in your life, it keeps you in that space. Yes, even the clothes you have if somebody passed. Yeah, get rid of the pictures. Definitely get rid of pictures. That holds on to your heart. And it brings memories. Y'all, when it comes down to your past, or when it comes down to people that were a part of your past, you have to understand some of your exes, you will never see them again. Some of your family members, you will never see them again. I'm sorry, I gotta break it to you. I'm coming at you from the age of 47. All right, I'm coming from the 47 rim, right? The 47th floor. You'll probably never see them again. And that isn't to say you won't see them again because you're mad at them or because you're angry at them. What I'm saying is because y'all gonna be too busy living your lives. You're gonna be too busy living your life that every time you're making plans, one day you look up, you're 87 years old, you're 92 years old, and either you gonna go on to be with the Lord, and they're gonna go, or they're gonna go on to be with the Lord. I want you to think of it this way: most of your exes, you will probably never see again, ever, unless you go looking for them on social media, or you run across them in town. You will never see them again. I'm trying to put it in perspective that forgiveness means to totally let go. It doesn't mean to just say, I forgive them, but then still think about them and still monitor them and still look for them and still hope to see them so that they can see that your hair has grown 5 inches and your edges came back. No, it's to come to the reality that, hey, this is a part of my past. This was a side journey that I took that I wasn't supposed to take. And now that I'm on the road with God, I will never see this person. Your husband passed. No, no, no. You don't get rid of his pictures. That's different. See, a lot of you didn't think about that. You have to put that in your heart and your head. I'm 47. I'm at that space of time where I'm like, dang. I thought about I thought about relatives of mine. Right. I've been seeing my dad since 2018, but before then I hadn't seen him in like 15 years. I hadn't seen him in many years. But I think about my dad. He was like, he's about to turn 75 years old. Probably I'll get a chance to see him. Right. Hopefully he lived to 90, 95, 100, or what have you. I think about my siblings. I got siblings like me and my sister, we don't talk that much. I don't know if I ever see her again. I don't know that. And not to say that it's an intentional thing, but I'm saying you can't predict how life goes. As long as you're walking around this life, this event called life, and you're thinking, oh, it'll happen. It'll only happen if you make time and you do it intentionally. A lot of the people that you're mad at, you will never see again. A lot of the people that you're angry with, you will never see again. They done moved on with their life, and you got to move on. And you got to make sure that they are part of your definite past and not your pretentious past, not the past that you have that you still got on a cart that's attached to the vehicle or what have you that you got, and you can go back and peer at it and peep at it. No, when it's an ex, you need to X the face out and say, hey, this person was a part of my life. This person was a part of my life. They're no longer part of my life. And I cannot desire them to be a part of my life. I cannot desire them to see where I am in my life. I cannot desire that look at me now foolishness. Oh, you'll see the woman you had a child with, probably. Unless a kid grown. You gotta get to that space where you realize. I don't know if this is something you just realize when you get older and you start realizing that you walking, slow walking, crip walking toward, being with the Lord at some point. I mean, 47 is still young. I'm not thinking like that. But at the age of 47, you start losing a lot of people. A lot of the adults that were in your life, you lose them. It brings you into the reality that everybody's not going to be around and that you're not going to be around. You become more, I don't want to say death minded, but you become more aware of death as you get older. And you become aware of the fact that I got classmates I never see again. Dang. I got family members I'll never see again. That's the reality of it. I got exes I'll never see again. I don't think I want to see them. I don't. If I run into them, praise God. If I don't run into them, praise God. I'm just living my life. But I'm not in a look at me now mentality. It is what it is. These people were a part of my past. No, no children. They were part of my past, right? That means that I have to reconcile with the fact that they will never be a part of my future. That's it. And you have to be okay with that. That means you can't see a future of anytime you're thinking along the line, because this is a sign of unforgiveness. He gonna be looking and see me and walking down the aisle with my new boo thing, and he gonna show hate he let me go. I need the people of God to come to understand that when you're dealing with a rejected soul, them regretting letting you go doesn't do anything for you or them. Think about it. What is it? Just a moment in time. What does it do? Nothing. Do you think that if he got back with you, it would change the outcome? No. If he got an issue, if he a crackhead, he gonna smoke crack. If he is a hoe, he gonna hoe around. At the end of the day, he gonna do and be what he already was to you if he hasn't changed for God. I don't. This that type of wisdom you got to pull down. If it's too high for you, you got to pull it down. At the end of the day, what he was, he still is, unless he gave himself to God and went through deliverance. Same through the guys. What she was, she still is, unless she didn't change and gave herself to deliverance. Thank you, Lord DJ. I bless you. What he is or what he was, he still is. Unless he done went to the Lord, and he done repented of his sins and gave himself to God and totally surrendered to God. And in that case, that's my brother. What I'm mad at him for? That's my brother in Christ. All right, let's move on. Number 9, 3 of the greatest weapons against unforgiveness are intercession, accountability, and giving. Trying to show you how to heal. Trying to show you how to heal. We're almost done. I got one more after this. 3 of the greatest weapons against unforgiveness are intercession, pray for those who spitefully use you. Accountability, sit back and say, hey, listen, I take responsibility for my role and focus on what you did wrong to God and not what that person did wrong to you. And giving. That means giving leads to forgiving. If my enemy is thirsty, I'm going to give him something to drink. And in doing so, you reap hot coals on their mind. That's torment. You reap hot coals on their head. That's torment. You need intercession. Pray for the person until the unforgiveness forget the list. Lord, deliver them. Lord, heal them. Lord, call them to you. You love them, God. You love them. You love them. And I give this pain up. God help them because what they did, they shared their pain with me. Whatever person gave that pain with them, now I understand the level of pain that they're feeling because now I feel it because they made me feel it. They transferred it to me. And so, Lord, in the name of Jesus, take it out. Father God, I stop that. I stop that spirit of rejection. I decree and declare a stop sign in front of it now in the name of Jesus. It will not spread. Lord, I plead the blood of Jesus over my heart and over my mind. I decree and declare that bitterness will not set in. I renounce forgiveness. I renounce bitterness. I choose to forgive such and such. Father, heal his heart. Father, I ask that you said one man plants and other waters, but it is you who gives the increase. Bring people into his life to plant and to water. Father, draw his heart to you. In the name of Jesus, begin to intercede. Begin to intercede for the person. And you keep doing that, forgiveness will come find you. Forgiveness will come find you. And accountability. I did wrong. I slept with him and I wasn't married to him. I sat there and I pretended to be the answer to his prayers. He was talking about, his mama was half past crazy and a quarter to sane. I ain't tell him I was at the noon of insanity. I ain't tell him that I could be crazy too. I ain't tell him all that. I let him think that I was better than what he talked about his mama being. No. If you crazy, tell people that you crazy. If you ain't got all your marbles, tell people how many marbles you missing. Tell them how many marbles you missing. But accountability and giving. You get the opportunity to be a blessing to those who hurt you. You get an opportunity to intercede for those who hurt you. And you pray about it, but giving. Last but not least. Number 10. Always remind yourself of what Christ did on the cross for you. This is how you forgive. Always remind yourself in the middle of your pain, in the middle of your rejection, in the middle of your anger, in the middle of your unforgiveness, remind yourself, just go watch the Passion of the Christ or something. Go remind yourself of what Christ did for you. And then ask yourself, is what this person did to me far worse than what I did to Christ? See, I gave this person access to me. I didn't pray about it. Or I ignored God when he told me to put space, time, and distance between me and them. I ignored him. Is what they did to me far worse than what I did to Jesus? Is it far worse than what I did to the Most High? If your answer is yes, you got some issues. But if your answer is no, forgive them. For they know not what they do. Some people can be malicious. They can be a lot of different things. And the devil likes to wrestle people down with entitlement, jealousy, insecurity, and all this other stuff. This is how he attacks them. He attacks them. Tormented people will torment you. Hurt people will hurt you. Rejected people will reject you. It's the cycle of the disease, right? And so sometimes people show you what disease they have based on what they do to you. Pray against the disease and not the person. Pray against the spirit and not the person. Forgive. Again, that doesn't mean they got to have access to you. It doesn't mean that you got to let them in your proximity again, but it does mean that you need to wake up the intercessor in you and begin to stand in the gap for that person, begin to pray for that person. That's where you black the devil's eye and not that person's eye, because all too often we want to black the person's eye and not the devil. I'll say this real quick before I get out of here. I almost don't want to share it, but when I was going through some stuff with my ex, and his sister was just always involved, always in running her mouth, or what have you, always in everyday calling. I had a mentor at the time, and I thank God for him. I had a mentor at the time, and I'll never forget. I was telling him that I had come to hate that man's sister. Like, I got to the point where I was like, I'm gonna be honest with you. I told him, I got to the point where I hated that girl literally Genuinely, I hated her so much that I wanted her to go. And when I say go, I'm talking about I wanted her to be permanently separated from her ghost. Right? That's how much I hated her because I was dealing with so much with her. No justification, but just to show you where my heart was at that time. Um, and I never forget what he said to me. He said, "That's because you took your eyes off that spirit and you started placing it on her." He said, "That's what happens anytime you take your eyes off of a spirit." He said, because that's what the enemy wants you to do. He wants you to look at the natural, right? But man looks at the outward appearance, God looks at the heart. When you took your eyes off that spirit, hatred was inevitable. Inevitable. He said, that's a spirit in that woman. And he said, that's what you need to focus on. Y'all want to know what? I wasn't in the ministry of deliverance back then. I wasn't in the ministry of deliverance back then. At that particular time, I was being introduced to, I was being tossed into the ring with a bunch of demons. And who was tossing me into the ring with those demons? It wasn't God, it was me. I was tossing myself, and God was like, okay, she's finna get the training. She gonna get trained. She gonna know Jezebel when she sees. She gonna be. Nowadays, I be sitting up there like, Jezebel, is that you? Oh heck no! I bind you in the name of Jesus, right? But I was tossing myself into the ring with that spirit. But God used that time to train me, to prepare me. And I remember during that time, a little old man on Facebook reached out to me. He sent me a message. I wasn't posting what I was going through. Nobody knew what I was going through but my friends and my mom. And I never forget, this little old man reached out to me. He sent me a message on Facebook. He said, "I don't know who you are. I don't know nothing about you." Now, I wasn't an influencer. I didn't have a platform at this time. He said, "I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about you." He said, "But God wants me to train you for spiritual warfare." He said, "Now, I'm just being obedient." He said, "You can call me. Here go my phone number if you want to." He said, "If you don't, that's up to you. No hard feelings." Be on holler, I'm trying to tell you. And I called him quick, fast, in a hurry because I was dealing with some stuff I didn't understand. I was dealing with some stuff I did not understand. That's the time where I was like, dang, demons are real. Like this stuff is real. And he taught me a lot about the spirit realm. Now he never taught me to cast out demons. He was just basically telling me about different things, spiritually speaking, the names of certain demons and stuff like that. He told me that he was a deliverance minister. He had once had a church and he had retired from that church and what happened. He said, I just sit up in my room. Lord told me to tell you, to reach out to you. He said, I'm like, okay. I hurried up and called that man because I wanted to understand what I was fighting with. I wanted to understand how to overcome it because one thing I understood that a lot of you don't understand, it wasn't gonna back down. I understood that those spirits, all that stuff that stuff wasn't gonna back down, which meant that either I could fold or I could fight back. And I've never been a person to fold. Never in my life. When I was in the world, I didn't fold. I'm gonna fight you. That was what it was. We just gonna fight. I was never the person to fold. I was always the person to fight back. So I called, I learned, I prayed. I had him serving as a mentor. I had my other original mentor serving as a mentor. And then I ended up getting another mentor because I came to understand that I needed wisdom and revelation. And at the same time, I think like this. I want what's on the other side of it. Stop thinking from the inside and start thinking to the other side. Stop thinking from the inside. Well, this hurts and this is gonna, and then they gonna leave me. Then he gonna be over there happy with somebody else. No, think from the other side. Someday this pain will be gone. I won't feel this pain no more. This situation will be over with, and I won't be used to it anymore. It won't be It won't be. I won't long for it, and I'll be in a happy place. But right now, that's just not where I'm at. That's how I talk to Tiffany. That's how I talk to Tiffany. That's not where I'm at, but how do I get there? When you speak like that and you think like that, you're more likely to forgive because now you're saying, I got a destination in mind and I can plug it into my GPS. And I plug it into my GPS and when I'm in the middle of pain, I plug into my GPS healing. How do I get to healing? I studied the 5 stages of grief. I sat up there, I got mentors. I did what I could. I said, I want to get out of this. And while I was in there, I was dealing with those emotional pulls, all those things that said, I want to fight, I want to do this, I want revenge, all of that. I was praying that stuff off of me. I was calling in wise counsel. I was fasting. I was fighting. That's right. Don't lean to your own understanding. I was fighting because I had it up in my mind. I'm not going to become like these bitter women that I've seen in my life. Now, I'm not going to become like these women that got wounded in the fight and sat up there and let the person wound them. They let a small demon wound them and they just sitting up there bitter. I don't want that. Be 65, 66, 78 years old, still bitter at the man that left him 20 years ago. Walking around, yeah, these men, they just raggedy. I'm like, baby, I do not want that. Some of y'all need to go visit some of these nursing homes. There's wisdom there, but there's also some people there that help you to look, and you look, I do not want to turn out like that. I don't want to turn out like that. I don't want my life to end with me being bitter or me being mad at somebody for doing what I authorized them to do when I spread these legs. Doing what I authorized them to do when I gave them access to me when God told me not to. I don't want to get mad at people because of what me doing wrong. I want to do. I want to learn. I want to heal. And I want to forgive. And I want to love them from a healthy place. Anybody? Did y'all get anything from this? I want to love from a healthy place. I want to be able to walk up so that when as God sends me the kingdom friends, baby, girl, I love you. Oh, Jesus, I'm going to tell you. I'm so grateful for you. When God sent me my kingdom spouse, ooh, after I finished shaking him for taking so long, I can look at him and say, my past makes me appreciate you as a man of God. Because I know you rare. And I ain't out here thinking out in these streets that there are many men like you. Nope. I done did my time in sin. And I can truly say you are a rare jewel. And I thank God for you. I thank God for you. I thank God for your life. I thank God for your yes to God. I thank God for the fear of God on your life that you have. I thank God for you. Instead of me sitting up there looking at him and being unhealed and being like, I'm just gonna tell you, last man tried that. I don't play that because I'm getting no, that ain't cute. Will you heal? And I'm gonna go to the questions I saw, the people that saw, and I'm not doing a question and answer. So I'm gonna answer these few. But when you heal, catch this. When you heal, you become like a virgin again. And I ain't talking about. I'm talking about in your heart. It's like nobody ever hurt you. That's how you know you heal. But you ain't lost the wisdom. That means you don't let everybody up on you, right? You don't date everybody. You got sense. You still take the revelation from it. You just don't take the pain. You're like a virgin again. You can date like a kid, date like a young person. Hey, okay, cool. And not punish somebody for what another person did. That's why forgiveness is necessary. If you thought for 1 second that you being in unforgiveness was you teaching that other person a lesson, you are sadly mistaken. But pray and ask the Lord to help you to forgive them and make a decision to forgive. And I want you to think along the lines of, I want what's on the other side of this. Now I saw a couple of questions. I'm gonna get to that. I saw 2 questions from Brother Christopher. So what happens when it's genuine disrespect and it keeps on happening? Never react to anything? No, set a boundary. Set a boundary. What you do is say, hey, that's not cool, and I'm not going to keep taking it. You set a boundary, you talk to them, and then you request that they go to individual counseling. Like if it's a spouse, I need you to go to counseling. And not marriage counseling, because I never tell people to go to marriage counseling without saying go to individual counseling, because I think marriage counseling can be ineffective if the individual is in counseling. Because if you're doing marriage counseling and you're trying to fix them on top of the mess that they are underneath, it won't last, because they're going to return to their vomit. They're going to return to the mess that they are. And so they got little issues in their childhood, issues in their life that have to be addressed. Now, you can get them in conjunction to one another. But marriage counseling is going to help with behavioral modification. But counseling deals with the behavior altogether by dealing with the issues in their life. And so I would say that'd be a thing that I would say, hey, I'm going to need you to get counseling because, and I don't mind if you feel like I need to get counseling too. I don't mind getting counseling. We can get counseling, individual counseling, and we can get marriage counseling. But what I'm not going to do is tolerate the disrespect. And then anytime the disrespect, don't never argue with disrespect. You never have a conversation with a spirit you're supposed to cast out. So that means if somebody's disrespecting me, even if I'm married to him, I'm not going to sit there and argue with him. At the end of the day, I'd much rather just walk away. I'd much rather walk away and what have you. And I'm going to take a walk. I'm going to take a walk. And when I get back in, I'm going to say, hey, that can't keep happening. It won't keep happening because I want to avail myself to that. I'm not going to avail myself to that. So this is what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to look into counseling. We got to learn how to have healthy communication. I'm going to do a course on healthy communication at some point. I've been promising to do that for a while because that is a passion of mine. I love healthy communication. I think it's attractive. I love it. I love it when people, know how to talk and what have you and know how to disagree and still be like, we cool, we love each other. All of that stuff as opposed to, well, yeah, okay, bye. I don't like that kind of stuff. To me, it's just annoying. But yeah, you just have to set boundaries, enforce those boundaries, and come up with some solutions. And if you've been raised to be regimented and restrictive, how do you get out of that for a marriage to thrive? Decide to come out. It's just a decision. It's just when you find yourself feeling that restriction, you just move past it. So I always say this: disobey the devil. If the devil tell you not to hug your wife, hug the crap out of her. If the devil tell you not to apologize, go apologize. Anytime you feel something, this is how you get rid of the devil. The Bible says, submit yourself to God, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Resisting the devil means to disobey him. So I always disobey. If I'm getting tempted by pride and pride says, you shouldn't apologize, hey, I'm sorry. What I'm doing, I'm telling pride, you don't get to lord yourself over me. I'm submitted to Christ Jesus. I'm not submitted to pride. And so you do the opposite. And then also at the same time, get around couples that are not struggling with that. I would say Christian couples go into maybe some Christian couple things and stuff like that. I mean, good Christian couples, not all of them now. Get counseling, but get around some good Christian couples as well. And that way you can kind of, talk it out and they can show solutions for issues and stuff like that. But I love me some you guys. I'm trying to see. I didn't see no more questions over here with the payments. Gloria, thank you. God bless you. But I pray that you guys were blessed by this. I did not expect this thing to go so long. But I'm glad that you guys stayed up with me and I love you. Go get you some rest. Come back and watch the replay. Come back and watch the replay. Get this stuff in your spirit. Get it in your heart. But more than anything, get the word in you. Anyway, I love you and I will talk to you soon.